What up, everybody? Welcome to Middays with Marks on 97.5. The Fanatic on the final day of 2025. Middays with Marks. As Ray Dunn is off, we welcome producing today, Sean Rodman, to the program. Good morning, Sean.
Good morning, John.
And in the number 2 chair today, for the second time in less than a week, we were able to get him from Atlantic City, 97.3 ESPN. His name is Mike Gill. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning to all. Good morning to you, John.
So I normally, I don't trust guys, Sean. I don't know if you feel the same way. I don't trust guys that wear the non-headphones when they do shows. Mike is wearing it only one ear as well. I don't know why it's only in one ear. He's got the iPhone corded earphone instead of the headphones. Why you only use it in one ear? You did this the other day.
My right ear has been giving me problems for years.
So it hurts your ear if you put both of them in?
The doctor has told me they don't like me wearing the buds. They'd rather me wear the cans.
Right.
I don't like the cans, so I wear the buds, but the right ear kind of gets a little leaky.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So I liked it with the one ear.
Is your hearing damaged from doing radio for so many years?
I don't know. My girlfriend would say yes, but huh? What?
So yes, the answer is yes. See, I don't know if it's because you get older, you start to lose some hearing, but yes, I get a lot of has.
Oh,
my wife and my
anytime
kids.
I said, don't you know by now I can't hear you, yet you use the same level of voice. Raise the level. And I won't say, huh? No, I like, everybody always comments on the fact that I wear this.
Yeah, the one.
Situation, yes.
That's
I like
okay.
it. That looks ridiculous.
What, headphones?
Watch a guy on TV or YouTube, which we're on. Hey, guys.
To your point.
It looks ridiculous.
To your point, YouTube is essentially watching TV.
Yes.
I have a lot of people that send me pictures or videos of watching on YouTube at restaurants, at coffee places, at home. I agree with you. And Bill and Ricky for Unfiltered, because they are on TV, they're not wearing headphones, right?
Yes,
they are.
are.
Are they wearing headphones?
Silvana
Yes.
has these huge
I
white
guess they
headphones on her head. I said, it looks like she's out in the snow. I said, get these things, girl. Come on.
They could have an IF, because you essentially have an IFB,
Yeah.
which is an IFB in TV is just like the earpiece that the anchors wear
Sounds
in
great.
one ear.
I hear you beautifully. I don't need anything more than what I have right here.
I need headphones.
You need those?
I'm not particularly these headphones, but yeah, like I want to wear headphones. I get it. If I worked on TV, I would not wear headphones. I don't work on TV, even though we're on YouTube. And like you said, good morning to everybody watching on YouTube. Yeah, I'm going to wear my headphones until they tell me stop wearing headphones.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to do. When I do my stuff at home, when I do my recordings from my home studio that I put out there, I don't wear headphones because I'm not talking to anybody.
See, I still need the headphones. People always ask, what do you need them for? It's like to hear myself.
I do like to hear myself. And the problem is then you want to hear yourself loud, so then you turn it up more, and then you're damaging your ear.
It's like a guy who sings in the car, and you feel like you're hitting the notes. Put your finger in your ear and then sing the same thing. You'll say, man, I'm terrible.
No, I do hit the notes. What do you mean?
Put your finger in your ear and then try.
What do you want to hear? I'll sing anything.
Yeah, I learned that the hard way with the Christmas songs.
Yeah, I think we all got hit with that.
All right. Well, so Mike Gill.
Yeah, man.
And we haven't talked since the Eagles win on Sunday, which we will do. But I just you want to feel good about your team, win or lose. Of course, I would take the team winning rather than losing 34-31, and the offense looks great. I mean, that goes without saying, because I had a lot of people like, oh, you'd rather lose and have the offense good than win. No, obviously, no, I wouldn't want that. I'm allowed to have my cake and eat it too. It doesn't have to be one way or another. I'm allowed to be happy they won and still complain that the offense sucked and that they had 15, 16, whatever it is, 17 yards in the second half. But you want to feel good about your team. And its chances that as now we're moving into the playoffs. But when you watch the game, Mike, you have eyes. I have eyes. We know that something's off with the offense, and I don't believe this is how they really want to play. I also have ears. And I heard the offensive coordinator speak yesterday. And my jaw was open, being like, is he really, is this really what he's saying right now? Is he really coming off as this inept and incapable? And he is. So listen, positive John. The Eagles are going to the playoffs, and with the defense they have, brother, they can win another Super Bowl if the offense can figure it out. But the coordinator and the head coach doesn't make me feel any better, Mike.
You have valid reasons not to feel any better. However, he said yesterday, sometimes we run just to run.
I know.
But I don't mind that answer. I'll explain. I like your laughter here. Because I often say he has no, like, are you a wrestling fan at all?
I mean,
don't tell me like Hulk Hogan back. Like, if you watch wrestling.
I haven't watched wrestling this century.
Okay. I don't watch much anymore either.
But I know the players, and I see this stuff on.
So I'm not.
YouTube.
My point is, I'm not like an anti-wrestling guy, even though I really don't watch anymore. I get the psychology of wrestling.
Sure.
They tell a story, right? You keep kicking the guy's knee, and then 10 minutes later, oh, it's that knee that he got worked on. That's the downfall of this match. You do have to set things up. Set up the story, run the play over and over again. Hey, we studied this week. That right end, he's the weak spot. Let's just go after him, Man, he's playing better than we thought today. Keep going after him because eventually he will crap. So I don't mind if they're setting something up. The problem I have is they didn't set anything up.
They're not setting anything up.
They didn't set anything up. So I understand what he's saying. Sometimes we run just to run because we want to show that we're running. Well, where's the play action off of the run? Where's the story? Where's the psychology? There was none. That was my problem with the offense, not with what he said.
Yeah, but the answer to your point, okay, you're running to set up another play. They don't set anything up.
That's where my problem is.
It's like on Sunday they had a hat, and in the hat there was like 7 plays, and Patullo kept picking the same 2 or 3 plays. First down, run the ball inside zone. And by the way, the offensive line, Cam Jurgens sucks right now.
He's having a rough time.
Man.
Now, are you hearing this whole thing about him struggling when they're under center?
There was a reason why they didn't run under. I didn't know if it was the quarterback or it was Jurgens, because when Toth came in, they were perfectly fine running under center. So
He's
then
your
you
MVP.
And see, everybody laughed at me when Ray and I were touting Brett Toth as the MVP. Now you see why. But it's never one thing. I know in this society we want to blame everything on, well, it's strictly Patullo or it's strictly Patullo and Nick Sirianni. The offensive line's terrible. This is the first time this year that I have said, you know what? I'm not blaming any of the players. I'm not. This is strictly on Kevin Patullo and ultimately Nick Sirianni. Because Nick Sirianni, he's acting like they just won the Super Bowl. I know he's your boy, but you're running off the field and you're trash talking to the team.
It's Rocky 3.
Yeah. Listen, Nick, read the freaking room, brother. Like, the fact that you're that happy and you're so he says like, oh, I love this bleep. Okay, I'm glad you do, because nobody in your team does. Nobody in your fan base does. Nobody that's not a fraternity brother like Nick Sirianni would run off the field with that reaction. And it's just like when I talk about like where's the lack of connection with Nick Sirianni? Why is with all the success he's had, and I know that he's been a part of it, I'm not trying to take any of that away from him. Like, how come I can't connect with the guy? He's an idiot. He's a stone fraternity brother idiot with that type of reaction.
I'm not going to argue with that. I am not a frat guy, so I know you would look at me and think that I might be
I can see you West
one.
Virginia frat guy, no?
No. I don't need to pay for friends. You're me, boys. It was all free here. Here's the thing. I agree with this, and I like Sirianni. I talked about it last week. He's Rocky Balboa. This is Rocky 3. This is his moment of, living the glamour life, and he's just saying, I love this bleep. He thinks that this is connecting with people because he's kind of like, the A.J. Brown face is kind of funny. A.J. Brown is just looking at him like, dude, what is going on
The
here?
A.J. Brown side eye?
Yeah, he's like, this guy's a tool. And that's the problem. You're supposed to, Philly fans they don't like us and we don't care. That's Sirianni. They don't like him. And yet we're judging him the way that we don't want to be judged. You see the irony here?
No. Well, I mean, yes, but no. Yeah, yes, but no.
You
yes,
see
but no.
the irony here? They don't like us and we don't care.
But Mike,
the head coach is pumping circumstance down the street of they don't like us and we don't care. And you're saying, I care.
Guess what? We do care. That's the difference.
I care about winning. You must be the other guy.
We act like we don't care. Oh, we care so much when people talk about us.
I know we do.
But you know what? The dude's winning. He's winning. His players play for him. The bigger picture now is if the offense plays like that in the playoffs, I'm stating the obvious. They're going to lose. right? The hope is that Jalen Hurts. I mean, honestly, they should have called no plays in the second half and just said, Jalen, do whatever the hell you want to do.
Horrible. But by the way, it was horrible. I'm not into the aesthetics of a victory, though. Like, I said this before. I've done this long enough where I've seen a team win 48-7, and you feel like, oh, we're finally coming around, and then the next week they do nothing.
I don't need style points. I agree with you.
Right, exactly. So the 13-12, I'm happy that on the road, in the wind, in the rain, against a team that has Super Bowl aspirations, you still found a way to win that game. Do I like the way you won it? Not necessarily. Do I want to see the offense better? Sure. But they won a game on the road in those conditions against a really good team. I'll take it.
Yeah. No, like, I'm happy for the win. It doesn't make me feel any better about this team winning another Super Bowl. It doesn't. It makes me feel worse.
Yeah, see, I'm at the point of my life, John Marks, where sports are so week to week. That compartment is closed and it's moved on, and now we're on to the next one. And we know that you can look.
It's a week-to-week league. But
so we all say that, yet we don't live by it.
But you know why? Because we've seen it too many weeks this year.
Also, I've seen a lot of times this week, and every year since Sirianni's been here, wins.
Yeah. No, I can't argue with that.
Get on board, baby.
Well, I am on board. It doesn't mean that I have to be happy about being on board. I'm on board. All right, coming up, a big talking point as we head into the game this weekend is what the Eagles will do with their starters. Will they play them or will they rest them? Jeff McClain has the answer to what they're going to do. It's breaking news, and we'll discuss it, and we'll give that to you coming up next. Middays with Marks, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia.
All right, back. Middays with Marks, Mike Gill. With me today, Sean Rahman producing, as we do have some breaking Eagles news. According to Jeff McClain, Philadelphia Inquirer, Eagles are expected to rest quarterback Jalen Hurts and most starters in the season finale. Shouldn't come as much as I'm reading from his Twitter. Shouldn't come as a surprise based on Nick Sirianni's comments when asked about the benefit of having a bye week heading into the playoffs. So they can't rest everybody because you can't rest everybody. Guys like Steen will probably play. You're not going to play Lane Johnson. You're not going to play Cam Jurgens. You're probably not going to for the most part, you're going to see a lot of backups, and then you're going to have some younger starters that play. But I mean, how many players can you actually sit and still win the game? Because honestly, Mike, the most important thing for me, and I'm fine with the rest, is winning.
Yep. Because
there's a legitimate chance the Bears are going to lose on Sunday, and the 2 seed is much better than the 3 seed.
Agree. That's why they had to play the starters last week. Now you put yourself in a bind, though, where you committed last week to going for this, and everything went your way that needed to. Now you're backing out of it. Last week you said it's important. Now you're saying it's not as important as I thought. So while I think they're doing the right thing, you can't sit your starters for 2 weeks. You just can't do it.
No.
So they did the right thing last week going for it. But now you're in a situation where it's right there and you're backing out of this thing. It's like you got cold feet.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that I love it. But the fact that the NFL knows this, they put you up at the same time as the Bears. They don't want you to know what the Bears and Lions game's going. So you're trying to scoreboard watch, tiptoe through it at the same time. You either have to go all in or all out.
Well,
so I'm okay with whatever decision they make, but it's mixed signals to me.
You know what? I'm only okay with it if they win the game. Because the game's important.
Exactly.
The game's very important. Think about it. You win, Bears lose. Bears are at home against Detroit. You'd think, well, the Bears aren't going to lose that game. It's a division game.
The Lions aren't rolling over.
The Lions, I think, come in there. Man, they know they're not making the playoffs, and they're going to go at them.
I, in fact, think it's a better thing that they are eliminated because Dan Campbell's one of those crazy SOBs.
Nothing to lose.
We can't let a division team, we got to go in there and wreak havoc. So I think this is a good spot for an upset. That's why I think the Eagles are in a kind of precarious situation. Now, last year they did play all the backups and won that game. So it's a Nick Sirianni thing. We next man up, all that mentality. You got to hope these guys go out there and hold up there in the bargain. Because if the Bears lose that game and you had the shot and you didn't go all out, you're sick to your stomach.
So this game, the line is now down to 4.5. Yesterday was 7.5. Because there was some uncertainty on what they were going to do.
Well, they just saw that report.
Right. So I remember Zach Berman last week on the air had said here, right on the Fanatic, had said that based on everything that the Eagles have shown you previously, they're going to rest the starters. And then I saw a couple of people say, yeah, like they're going to rest the starters. So I did think they were going to rest the starters. I don't think it's the right move. I'm not telling you to put injured players out there. I mean, Lane Johnson, I don't need to play him. I don't need to rush Nakobe Dean back.
Agree.
I don't need to play injured players. If you want to give Cam Jurgens the week off and put Toth in there, I think he's been better. Honestly, I think he's been better than Jurgens anyway. I'm not telling you have to play everybody, but you also you have to play enough people to where if the quarterback's going to play, you can't have a bunch of second-teamers out there with Jalen Hurts.
That's always the problem, is having backup linemen with the starting quarterback. You don't want your quarterback to get hurt.
No, and I understand you want Jalen to be healthy. Totally understand that. But this is an important game. You get the number 2 seed. You have the Packers. Last year they were the number 2 seed. They end up hosting the NFC Championship game and winning.
100%.
You're the number 2 seed. Now it's about matchups. The Packers. Who are the 2 teams that I would prefer to play in the playoffs that I'm not worried about? Packers, whoever wins the South. The other teams could beat you. You could beat them.
Sure.
Agreed? You could beat Seattle. You could lose to Seattle. You could beat the Rams. You could lose to the Rams. You could beat San Francisco. You could lose to San Francisco. I don't think they're losing to the Packers at home. So the fact that you're not even going for it, I mean, it's a 17-week season. I get it. This game's meaningful.
100%.
And they're making a mistake. They should be going out there. Now, here's the other question. Do you have confidence that Tanner McKee and Dotson and Tank Bigsby and Toth, the MVP of the team, and the backups on the defense, do you have confidence they can win this game? Because that dummy Dan Quinn had said, we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And I would love to see them go from the 6th overall pick to the 10th pick and screw their draft picks. But you would think that with cooler heads that need to prevail, it's like, hey, you don't need to be going out there and winning the game, Dan Quinn. So are the Eagles feeling confident about winning the game? Because this game is important. They have to win this game.
See, I think the fans are just lunatical enough. Is that a word?
It is now, yes.
Okay. I think the fans are just lunatical enough to think that, yes, Tanner McKee and Tank Bigsby, those guys should be playing more anyway. They can win the game for us.
I'm kind of excited to see him play at the same time.
Well, then you know what happens. McKee has a good game.
Yeah.
Look at him throwing the ball. Everything looks so much better.
They should consider starting him in front of Jet, which no one's going to really. You may get some people that say it. But
You don't think there's any potential gas baggers that would bring that up?
But if the Eagles can't drown that out,
They're not going to do it.
I don't know what to
But,
tell you.
I think there are people that are intrigued to see Tanner McKee.
I am.
And in that situation against a team like Washington who stinks, I like the point you brought up, though. The whole Dan Quinn thing. I don't need my guys getting involved in anything stupid and getting suspended or fined or anything like that before the game. So that's another reason to potentially
to
say,
not play 'em.
I can't play my guys for any retaliation because of what happened because of my dumb decision 2 weeks ago.
Do the Eagles think that this is a really, really important game to win? Or are they, you know what?
That's a good question. Like, how do they view this?
I don't think they do. Or they have utmost confidence that their backups will beat Washington. Or it's
I think they're more there.
60-40.
I think they're more, we feel confident that if we just execute with the guys we have, we're still better than them. Because I'll tell you what, everybody's talking about this offense. I don't know about you, but I do think that they sandbag on offense because Sirianni is so about getting competitive advantages. And he has a lead 13-0, and it's like he shuts down. We know you can't score on our defense, so I'm not showing you anything else on offense.
Right, that's a problem because he thinks that what he did against the Bills actually worked. So why would he change his philosophy? They won the game. Like, hey, dummies, we won the game, so it worked.
Or he did just enough in the first half that he didn't want to show anything else in the second half.
See, you're making the case that we're dealing with Kaiser Soze.
Well, listen.
And I think you're dealing with Jeff Daniels and
I'm the smartest coach in the world.
But that's the problem. We all think this guy's such an idiot. I don't. But maybe he's just laughing at all us idiots.
I agree that they're not. I think you're going to see a different wrinkle with Jalen running the ball and a little bit different of an
Sure.
offense. They better.
Everything we've heard from, like, Saquon Barkley. Do we trust Saquon Barkley, or is he a guy that we think's an idiot too?
No, I trust him.
And he went out of his way to say, I hated that dude. And now I work for him. He is so meticulous. He is so detail-oriented. And everybody that you asked, remember when Jalen Hurts was coming out? No one ever said great arm, accurate. They always said, what a leader. Anytime anybody
Captain
says,
Intangible.
Right. Anytime anybody talks about Sirianni, it's always about detailed leadership. It's not like innovative or anything like that.
No.
It's always detailed. All those things. And that stuff, to me, when you win close games in the NFL as much as they do, it's the detail-oriented nature that he brings.
Well, he didn't have his notes, I think, on Sunday because he didn't know he should get involved in the offense and the play calling and things like that when they were struggling. Now he's going to do that going forward.
Is he bailing his boy out?
Well, but he should be more involved. He's got eyes, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, go
He's
over
not
and
infallible.
have a conversation. Yeah, have a conversation. Yeah, you think if Andy Reid's letting Matt Nagy call plays and they're struggling like that, you don't think that he's involved in what's going on?
I think, if we watch, I didn't watch Hard Knocks last night, but the few episodes that we have seen, there are times where Sirianni is on the headset saying, keep pounding them, keep pounding them.
Sure.
So they are talking throughout the game.
All right, coming up, let's hear your reaction. 610-632-0975. According to Jeff McClain, the Eagles are expected to rest their starters, including Jalen Hurts, going into the game against Washington. Is that a mistake, or is that the right thing to do? Sound off right now on the text line, 610-632-0975, or on the phone lines. We'll get to your phone calls coming up next, 610-632-0975. It is Middays with Marks, Mike Gill, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Eagles are expected to rest its starters. I'm Sean Rodman, and this update is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Don't miss Bill Carlarulo at the GOAT on Sampson Street this Saturday, January 3rd from 7:30 to 9:30 for an Ultra Access event with Michelob Ultra featuring $5 Michelob Ultra drafts and a chance to win Sixers suite tickets in the Fanatic's private suite. Please enjoy responsibly. And we know now that the Eagles will be resting its starters according to the Philadelphia Inquirer's Jeff McLean. They're expecting to rest Jalen Hurts and most of its starters this Sunday against the Commanders. Well, Kevin Patullo spoke yesterday as well to the media, and he said this about the offense starting to figure some things out.
I think there's some things that we're starting to see now that this is kind of who we want to be going forward, and it's kind of popped up as we've gone on throughout the season because we've played such different games with different opponents that we've had and different styles of defenses.
The Flyers are back in action today in Calgary, taking on the Flames. The Flyers are coming off a win last night in the first half of a back-to-back over the Canucks. You can listen to the game tonight right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Pre-game coverage begins at 9. This update is also brought to you by Supershore. Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super short. Not kind of short, not pretty short, but super short, coming soon. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
No.
Is it more about the Goo Goo Dolls or New Year's Eve?
Goo Goo Dolls.
Yeah, well, I would agree.
I mean, New Year's Eve, I don't mind. Like, if it's a good show, because a lot of times high-profile bands will play New Year's Eve. It's a big concert night.
Right.
Goo Goo Dolls? New Year's Eve?
What's your go-to Goo Goo Dolls? And I don't want the world to
Up there.
see me.
Slide.
That's the only one I know.
Why don't you slide it? Oh, gonna let it slide.
I don't know that one. See, you
And
do
I'll
have a
do
good
everything.
voice.
Yeah,
You do have
you
a
know
good voice.
slide. Goo Goo Dolls is not on the pantheon of New Year's Eve.
No, I have very little interest in doing anything on New Year's Eve. However, if you were asking me, would I like to see the Chili Peppers at some point?
I saw them.
Yeah, like I would like to see. Like today, modern day. Yeah, I would like to see the Chili Peppers in the right venue.
Right.
I'm not going to the Wells Fargo Center.
I'm saying,
or
like, if
something that.
you're a young guy, you're still kind of hip.
Oh, I'm definitely hip. Like I told you before, if you use the word hip, you're not hip. Right? Sean Rodman, if you're using the word hip, you can't possibly.
Yeah, I would put that in there.
Ray's hip.
Ray is. Yes, Ray is hip. He's got a bad hip, too. Ray.
Goo Goo Dolls is not a high enough profile band for New Year's Eve. That's my point. Chili Peppers would be. Now, I probably would say no, I don't want to go to a concert on New Year's Eve. But if I was that personality, I would say Chili Peppers, New Year's Eve, I'm in.
That's a concert.
Goo Goo Dolls? Sorry.
That's a good concert to go to your point.
Yes.
Now, would you go and see Vanilla Ice
No.
at the Lagoon in Essington in 1997, playing with his rock band? And it's not ice, ice, baby. It's ice, ice, baby. Da 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 da. Because I did that.
I would not.
Yes, it was so bad. It was good. It's such a great memory. You like the night was just exactly what you think.
1989. What year was that?
No, it was 97.
Really? Oh, he had to be.
It was 98 because I was of age.
98. Okay, so he was like 10 years out of his.
Oh no, he was total like
Gotcha.
he probably made $10,000 to do the concert. He was happy to make it.
Yeah. I was going to say, in 89, I was like in 8th grade. He got sued for that.
Yeah, he stole somebody's
pressure,
hook and he denied it. All right, so Sean Rodman, what do we have on the text line? As the Eagles, according to Jeff McClain, resting their starters, I think. Now, will it end up paying off? It may. They need to win this game. And if the Bears were to go up in the second half of the game and they're 21-3 at halftime against the Lions, all right, then maybe I'm taking Jalen Hurts out. But you got to have a lot. My hope is that the Eagles are saying we're confident our reserves can beat Washington. That Tanner McKee's going to go out there. He's going to throw the ball all over the place. So what is the text line saying about the Eagles' decision?
Yeah, it's a bit of a mix, actually, to start off. We'll start with Sean in Cinnaminson saying that he believes that they should blow off the doors with this against this 4-win team and pull your starters at halftime. A 2-seed is an absolute must, and just like last year, 2-seed gets you the Packers and at least 2 home games, possibly 3.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the number 2 seed's the most important thing for me.
That's not how this works.
What?
You don't just say, hey, we're going to roll our starters out and blow them out in the first. They were losing at halftime. They just played Washington 2 weeks ago. Washington was up 10-7.
It was a much closer game than maybe we remember because they blew them out in the second half.
It was 10-7 at half. Washington.
Who's starting on Sunday for Washington?
Josh Johnson.
All right, so the Eagles are saying there's no way we lose this game with Tanner McKee and Dotson.
Under
and
those
Tank
premises,
Bigsby.
I understand that, but they were losing that game 2 weeks ago against the same team at halftime. It took Josh Johnson entering the game for them to completely fall apart.
It really did.
They were, listen, they're in a tough spot. I don't envy the position here, but I agree with you. The 2 seed is extremely valuable. The problem you have is it's in conjunction with their game. You can't just be like, hey, they're losing. Let's put everybody in the game. You got to either go all in or all out.
You have to prepare to go in one way or another. And they're preparing going in, not playing their starters.
But Sean, the texter, you can't say just put your starters in and blow them out at halftime. There's no guarantee there.
No, it could be 10-7. Everybody saw this offense last week. All right, what else do we got there, Sean?
All right. Jim from Souderton is more on the opposite side. He says McKee versus Johnson. Eagles still have the better quarterback. The Eagles will still win.
Not wrong.
Is that my buddy Jim in Souderton? What's up, Jim? Yeah, he's not wrong.
Is that where Jamie Moyer's from?
He is.
Nice.
Pride of Souderton. There you go. You don't know where you're from, the Jersey Shore, so you have no idea. It's like kind of up by me in the.
I don't know where you live.
Well, I live in the northwest suburbs.
Gotcha.
I can get to the Reading Phillies before I can get to the.
Ooh.
Much easier than getting to
Really?
Citizens Bank Park. Yeah. I can get to the to Coca-Cola Park for Lehigh Valley than easier than getting to Philadelphia.
Like I have no concept of where that is.
Well, a lot of it's traffic. It's probably less miles to get to Reading, but I'm like northwest Montgomery County. So, and just like with you, I have no idea. Once I get to the shore, I kind of know the direction of places, but not really other than that. Let's get to Greg in Bethlehem. Greg, go ahead. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Greg.
I'm not sure where to start. After hearing Patullo's pressers and comparing it to the rest of the season, it seems like he made up one press conference script at the beginning of the season, and we hear the same thing every week. I was nervous when they hired him, but I figured that, he's going to have a learning curve, but he'll figure it out by midseason. And the guy is not capable of figuring it out. I've never seen an offensive coordinator that doesn't use one play to set up another play. It's as if he randomly just picks plays to run. It's the stupidest thing in the world. I'm amazed that they have the record they do, and honestly, at this point in time, can we expect the guy to get better?
No. No.
It just doesn't seem like he's capable of improving.
No, the one. Thank you, Greg. The one thing Mike said it earlier that I will buy into is that there will be something different once the playoffs start because they're going to use Jalen, the running dynamic of Jalen, which they really haven't done. It makes a lot of sense. Like at this point, if you're Jalen, F it. Go out there and do everything. Go out there and be the dual threat we've seen you do before. That's how you're going to win.
Yeah, and I agree with that 100%. I think there's more peels of the onion here for the offense. Like, hey, we're going to hold some of this stuff back and kind of have you run a little bit more, be a bigger part of it. There was something I saw that if some random guy on X saw it, I know NFL coaches have to see it. And it was something that Buffalo did against Cleveland and then ran the exact next week against Philly. Against Cleveland, they crushed them with that play. They tried to run the same play against Philly, and Philly had magically watched it during the week, saw the formation, recognized it, and then completely shut it down. So if some Twitter guy can figure that out, like, hey, look what Buffalo ran, and then they ran it against Cleveland, and look how it happened against Cleveland, and then look what happened when Philadelphia saw it. Nick Sirianni is so looking for a competitive advantage that he's saying, I am not showing you any formation that might be used in a playoff game.
Another reason why maybe they're not playing this week. All right, so the Eagles expected to rest their starters. Is some of that because of the way the Washington and Dan Quinn reacted after the loss? We'll play you what he said after the loss, and we'll talk about everything else as well. It is Middays with Marks on 97.5 The Fanatic.
I would do. But hey, man, like, that's how they want to get down. And like, all good. We're playing again in 2 weeks.
See you in 2 weeks. Well, it's less than a week now. That was Dan Quinn a couple weeks ago after the big loss. Oh, my God. Those bastard Eagles. They ran a 2-point conversion. We'll get you. We'll come back with our shanks. We'll fight you again. Eagles resting their starters. I mean, what's Washington going to do? They're going to play their starters? I mean, yeah, I guess they're going to play most of them. But what does that even mean? Not going to have their starting quarterback.
You're always in a weird spot where you're out of it, and then the other team's not playing their starters. You're out of it, so you elect to play your starters. Like, you're trying to lose the game too, right?
They should be.
Exactly.
Now, no coach or player cares about the tank. Even if they're not into it because they know their team stinks and they have nothing to play for, they don't even have the spoiler to play for. Look at Detroit. Disappointing season. They missed the playoffs. They have something to play for. They can beat their division rival, and they know it's going to hurt them. They're going to go from being the 2 down to 3.
Well, Washington could do the same. They're in the same boat.
But they're not playing the starters. The Eagles aren't playing their starters. So if they win, what sizzle is that for Washington?
So is
They're beating
Chicago
Tampa again.
playing their starters?
Oh, yeah.
So they're valuing the 2 seed over health.
Also, they're in a different spot. This is their first year. You know what I mean? The Eagles have been the two Super Bowls in 3 years. They're coming off a Super Bowl season. Do they really have anything to prove? If I'm Ben Johnson, you're coming off a loss to San Francisco, I'm going out there and I'm going balls to the wall. Like to me, this is a playoff game. Let's go. And this is the first year of his program. Now, this isn't the same thing with the Eagles. So rest for them makes more sense than for Chicago, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And I also can see it from Philly's point of view by saying we think it's a flimsy 2 and a flimsy 1. Therefore, 3 is an enviable spot for us because we don't trust 2 or 1 to take care of business.
It's a bad first round matchup. Bottom line. If you play San Francisco for the Eagles, if you play San Francisco or the Rams, what's that line look like? Eagles are a point favorite?
Yeah. San Francisco, I talked about this last week. They give me a little problems because they have running back, tight end who can give you matchup problems.
Shanahan's also not great in the playoffs. They've lost a lot of big games.
Might get Warner back too.
I don't know.
They don't have much of a pass rush. It's a weird.
You're going to need to score points in that game.
Yes.
This defense can't. You can't win all these games 15-10. All right, you're going to need to score some points. San Francisco doesn't have a great pass rush. It's not a great defense, but you protect Purdy. It's all coming down to how they protect Purdy because the Eagles, and they've been doing this with rushing 4.
Yep.
They're getting to the quarterback with 4. They're not sending blitzes.
See, and that's the thing. You watch L.A. on Monday night, and you're like, they didn't look all that good.
Yeah,
like, what are you worried about? But that's the whole point. You watch the Eagles, and you're like,
What are they worried about?
Exactly. But, like, the Rams were terrible in that game on Monday night. And Stafford, people are like, all right, get him out of the game, keep him healthy. Instead of, like, even trying to get back in this game.
No. Yeah, and they did come back in the second half. But, yeah, like, Stafford was bad. He lost the MVP probably in that game.
Likely.
Drake May's going to win the MVP. So, it has to be a matchup for me. When the Eagles won the Super Bowl with Nick Foles, it was about the matchups. It was about getting the home field, getting the first-round bye, and then having to win a game. Don't worry about the other games. Win that first game, win that second game. You're in the Super Bowl. You're not getting a first-round bye, but having the easier matchup. And ultimately, they're going to have to beat a good team to get back to the Super Bowl. The Packers aren't it right now.
Do you think the path this year is going to be, regardless, more difficult than last year's path? Last year you played Green Bay, the Rams, and then Washington. Do you think the 3 teams, whatever they may be, are stronger this year than the path from last year?
Yes.
I agree. I think all 3 matchups will be more difficult than the 3 you got last year.
Yeah, any of the teams outside of the Packers and the winner of the South could win or lose any of one of those games. So Andrew Salciunas sent me the FanDuel odds, the look-ahead odds here. The Eagles, if they play Green Bay, are 3-point favorites.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of light.
Basically, you're getting a hat tip for being the home team.
But that's light. Jordan Love's not going to have played for 2 weeks, coming off a concussion.
Uh-huh.
That's light. 3 points? That's more of a 5-point line to me.
I'm not the biggest Green Bay guy in the world, so I agree. I would take the 3 and swallow those points if I'm a Philly fan.
Now this can jump. This could jump easily when the line actually comes out before the game. This could be altered.
I like
right
this
now, you can actually Eagles would be -3 if Green Bay. If San Francisco -2.5.
See, that's telling you what I thought. San Francisco's a little bit more of a challenging situation than even LA. And I think most people look at San Francisco as not that big of a deal. I actually think San Francisco is probably the team I'd like to play the least of all of them.
Mine's the Rams. Sean Rodman, which team would you like to face the least of the 3?
I'm still going with the Rams because of those 2 wide receivers. Especially if they get Devontae Adams back, I'm worried about whoever's Adoree Jackson's guarding.
2 running backs they have.
Yep.
2 wide receivers. They're going
to get healthy on defense, too.
San Francisco's the tough matchup. They can get to the quarterback. I'm worried about the Eagles' offensive line. And here's the other thing. The Eagles have been fortunate to win these games. Man, they are so ticked off that they lost to the Eagles earlier this year and last year in the NFC Championship game. While you were in Radio Row, there were a bunch of Rams that were doing interviews, Sean McVay, some other players. They were so mad that they lost. They couldn't stop talking about it. Like, they were sick about it. So I have the Rams. So what do you think the line is if the Eagles face the Rams at Lincoln Financial Field in the first round of the playoffs?
You just gave me Green Bay.
So Green Bay's -3, the Eagles -3, -2.5 if it was San Fran. Rams.
Philadelphia's favored 2.
Eagles -2, Sean Rodman.
I know the answer, so I will hold on.
At least he was truthful.
Rams are favored by 1.5 points.
Really? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That's surprising.
Yeah, I mean, I was maybe a pick 'em.
Coming off a loss.
Coming off a loss, and
That's the number.
+1.5. They're saying the same thing I am. That the better matchup for the Eagles is against San Francisco for the reasons that we talked about.
By the way, San Francisco, last in the league in sacks. They only have 18 sacks all season long.
And the Eagles are on some type of a run where they've only given up like 7 sacks in their last 8 games.
Their offensive line
yes.
and pass protection has been solid. It's not.
Jalen was unbelievable getting away from pressure on Sunday because the Bills. It could have been a safety. He was able to maneuver out of a safety there in the end zone.
I was having this conversation on my drive here with a friend of mine about Hurts' game the other day. Because what I said, Hurts was outstanding in the game in the first half. In the second half, he wasn't awful. It's just that he didn't have much of a chance. The play calling was so inept in the second half. But that was Hurts having, what did Gabe Kapler, emotional intelligence? He had emotional intelligence. He didn't get too high to try to make something happen that wasn't there. He just did not want to turn the ball over, so he just took what was there, which was nothing. And that play that you're talking about, he almost got a safety. He just knew, I got to get out of here and get this ball out. They basically gave him nothing to work with in that game. And against the Rams defense, I think the Eagles match up with the Rams defense better because they're a smaller pass rushing type of defense.
They can get to the quarterback, though.
They do. By the way, they've gotten to the quarterback 41 times. Philadelphia 42 times. Seattle 44 times.
Ooh. Yeah, everybody's sleeping on Seattle. Everybody just thinks Sam Darnold in Seattle is going to fold. And I say the same thing.
I think if Seattle had to come to Philadelphia, that's a big difference.
It's tough.
The game's way different if it's in Seattle.
So coming up, Eagles expected to rest their starters, but I just looked at the latest odds on the conference winner for the NFC.
Seattle line, by the way?
Because they can't play Seattle.
They can't play Seattle. Okay.
Seattle can only be the
the fifth seed, because that's how the Rams
1 or 5. Right?
That's how the Rams would play the Eagles.
Gotcha.
Yep. Conference winner. Where does the Eagles stand on that? We'll get to that. Sixers with a big win last night. Big game for the big three is not Paul George anymore. It's Embiid, Edgecombe, and Maxey. Big game for those guys as well. More Eagles conversation coming up. Middays with Marks, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Eagles are expected to rest its starters. I'm Sean Rodman in the Philadelphia Inquirer's Jeff McLean is reporting that the Eagles are expecting to rest Jalen Hurts and most of its starters in the season finale Sunday against the Commanders. Well, Kevin Patullo, I guess, believes that the offense is starting to figure things out. Maybe that's one of the reasons. Here's Patullo yesterday on that.
I think there's some things that we're starting to see now that this is kind of who we want to be going forward, and it's kind of popped up as we've gone on throughout the season because we played such different games with different opponents that we've had and different styles of defenses.
The Eagles' first injury report of the week will come out later today, this afternoon, and, well, it looks like a lot of guys will be resting if the report is true. Flyers are back in action today in Calgary, taking on the Flames. The Flyers are coming off a win last night in the first half of a back-to-back over the Canucks. You can listen to tonight's game right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Pre-game coverage begins at 9 p.m. Sixers are back in action tomorrow in Dallas against the Mavericks after an overtime win in Memphis last night. We'll talk about that coming up next, and this update is brought to you by Supershore. Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get Super Shore. Not kind of short, not pretty short, but Super Shore. Coming soon. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Chris Cornell.
So this is where does is that the post right there? Do you talk up to that part, or you throw it coming up right here?
Oh, you got a little bit.
97.5 The Fanatic.
You would have a little. There's still more.
But is that the post that you hit right there?
Words coming up here. There's a long one.
So I'd like
Right here.
I'd like to do the post. So this is where you would actually do it. 57 degrees in Cape May, 53 in Sea Isle.
See this one. That's Audio Slave Chris Cornell from Soundgarden collaborating with Rage Against the Machine, right?
Yes, Rage Against the Machine is my
Just knocked your TV down there.
is my number one. I did. Oh,
Yeah.
I did. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see.
You see a thing swinging?
The problem is this
Can you imagine
cord.
that thing went down?
It almost did one time. I did the same thing. My headphone cord is really long, so it'll get tangled underneath the
Yeah,
chair.
you need shorter headphones, dude.
No, or I need a tie to tie him up.
It's nice right here.
But anyway.
Yeah, Audio Slave saw at the Electric Factory. Chris Cornell belts that out.
He's got some kind of voice.
I mean, he almost blew the roof off that joint.
Man, all-time guy.
Unbelievable.
There we go. We'll get back to the Eagles conversation. Big win for the Sixers last night. What are you doing? It's New Year's Eve?
Mm-hmm.
Anything?
I have hosted a party at my house for the last 6 years. It's a themed party. Last year we did 90s grunge.
Look at you.
This year we are not hosting the party. And because I got called into work today with you, it kind of ruined my initial plans. So now we are modifying the plans.
A modification?
Yeah, we were supposed to do. I heard you guys yesterday, you and Harry, ripping me for the IPAs.
Yeah, you're a snooty IPA guy.
Snooty, sure IPA
But I
guy.
even said it. I was right. Because what were you supposed to do today?
Little brew tour.
Yeah.
Supposed to do a brewery tour and be home by like 7 or 8 and call it a night. A little Flyers tonight. A little college football playoffs.
But you stiffed your friends and came up and worked rather than go on the bar.
I said, John Marks needs me.
Yeah.
And here I am. So I'm going to try to get home. It takes me about an hour and 15 minutes to get home. It only takes me an hour to get here. For some reason, the way home is longer.
It's more congestion to get from
Yeah.
Balkinwood over the bridge.
So I figured out some ways to navigate my way through the city. I'm going to hope to get home by 3:30, and then we hit the trail about 4. Most of the breweries are open till about 7 tonight.
Okay.
That gives me about a good 3 hours, and then I'm going to pop over, and I'll be home by 8.
Okay. And then you're awake for the ball drop, or you're asleep?
Probably not tonight.
Okay.
I'm off tomorrow. I'm doing Unfiltered on Friday.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can't wait for that. I'll be
Me
tuned.
too, man.
And
I like being
I'm
up
working
here.
Friday, so I'll lead
I'll see
right
ya.
into you. But
I like coming up here and seeing you guys. It's always something a little different.
Yeah, it's fun. So the last couple years, my wife and I have set the alarm and then woke up at 11:50 and watched the ball drop and then went back to bed. Last year, my kids wanted us to wake them up. So not my baby, not my little girl,
Not bad.
but the other two. So we woke them up. They came into bed with us. We watched, and then we put them back to sleep. This year, they're requesting to stay up.
Wow. How old?
8 and 10.
Ooh, right on the borderline.
Last night they were out. They had things going on with their friends, and they didn't end up going to bed till like 10:30, which is normally they're like they better be in bed and asleep by 9 o'clock is normally during school or whatever. They were up till 10:30 last night. They're also sleeping later. So the bigger problem was when they would stay up late, they would still get up at 6 o'clock. It's not enough sleep. So they slept till 8 o'clock today. So I'm okay. I'm actually okay if they stay up till midnight.
If they can make it, just let them go. Don't wake them up.
No, we're not. They're going to stay. I think they're going to stay up. But we'll wake them. No, but I'm going to let them stay up.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna let 'em stay up.
If they can go straight through, just let them. Don't.
Which means I have to stay up, though.
What time do you go to bed?
It depends. Depends on the day.
You know what?
Ideally 9, but that never happens.
You go to bed at 9?
Ideally, I said.
That's what time you want to go to bed?
Of course. No, I want to go to bed at 8.
Oh, come on, man.
I'm not a wild man like you. My kids are up early. I get up at 5 o'clock every day. I get up at 5 a.m. I want to
Okay.
go to. I want 7 hours. I prioritize sleep. I don't get it. A lot of times I'm up to 11 or 12 because I'm doing dishes, I'm doing freelance stuff or whatever. Ideally, 10 o'clock would be my time that I want.
See, we turn into the room about 10:30. She goes to sleep usually before me. I'm about 11:30.
Right, but you also sleep until 8 o'clock, right?
7:30ish,
Right.
7:15.
Right, I'm up at 5. That's
We
why I
went
wanna
to
go Maryland.
Thailand last year. The Eagles were in the playoffs.
I remember.
I had to set the alarm for 2:55 a.m. to wake up for the Eagles games.
How was that?
Both of them. They both were at 3
Did you go out
a.m.
and watch it somewhere? Or?
It was 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I don't know.
I had a Amazon Fire Stick that was specially made for my trip. Plugged it into the television where we were in Thailand. And I watched the game at 3 a.m.
Awesome.
So
Which game was it?
both of them, the NFC Championship game against Washington and the divisional round against L.A.
This is all new to me, Sean Rodman. During the Eagles' playoff run, he misses 2 playoff games in Thailand.
So the genesis of this, Rodman and Marks, my girlfriend needs to book the trip. Like, girlfriend, they're planning way ahead.
Way ahead.
So the Eagles have lost 6 out of 7 the year before. And I said, don't worry about it. They're going to stink next year. Go ahead and book the trip at that time.
And they go to the Super Bowl.
And they go to the Super Bowl.
Well, no, but you came back and went right to Radio Row.
I came back, say, Wednesday. No, it was a Thursday. It was a Thursday because I got off the plane. We landed in Newark at, say, 4 in the morning or 5 in the morning. We did drove home from Newark, took a nap, and went and did my show.
On Friday.
No, Thursday, the same
on Thursday.
day.
And then Friday, and then it was the Super Bowl was the following week?
Yes, I left on Wednesday to go to New Orleans.
Gotcha.
I was in New Orleans Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then I flew from New Orleans to Tampa to call games for MLB Network.
You're very busy, much more busy than I wouldn't be able to do that. We're way too busy. People that go out and do all this stuff.
I need a job that will keep me less busy. Do you have one?
Yeah, working with me. Well, you would have to be more busy. You'd have to do a lot of other things. What are you doing tonight, Sean Robin?
I am doing absolutely nothing. Just me and the girlfriend staying in, just hanging out, going to bed early because I'm back here tomorrow, and she's back at work at 7 a.m. as well tomorrow.
Oh, but how old are you?
27.
Going to sleep early at 27, Mike Gill?
I'll be up at 4.
Very admirable, and he's up at 4. That morning show is a tough time. I give Connor and Andrew. Is John working tomorrow?
No.
Those guys are doing New Year's Day.
Who's working tomorrow?
John and
John and Andrew, and then I'll be running YouTube. I'm sorry. Andrew and Connor. Connor will be in here, Andrew in there, and I'll be running YouTube.
Working on New Year's Day?
Yeah, that's admirable.
Why?
Yeah, well, Andrew does like some party on New Year's Day, not New Year's Eve.
Okay, yeah, but what? I
I was never a big New Year's fan.
Yeah, that's. I mean, sure. If you want to do it, that's fine. I worked national radio. I was on the air at midnight, so I was on from 10 to 2. Mm-hmm. So I did. I was on the air for Eastern, for Central, and then when I was getting off the air, it was the Mountain Time. So I've worked it before, but I don't know. I didn't know we were going to have live programming. That's cool. I'll have to tune in.
Yeah, I said to Andrew, "What are you doing?" And he said, "I'm working tomorrow."
Okay, all right, good for him.
Big time.
All right, so let's look at. And I hadn't looked at the updated odds. I'm just looking at it now for the first time or before the first time. So I'm on the BetParks app right now, Mike Gill. Mm-hmm. To win the NFC, this is not to who wins the Super Bowl. This is winning the NFC.
And they had been the favorite for most of the season.
Who would be the favorite right now?
Rams.
The Rams are not the favorite. They are second shortest odds, plus 300.
Well, it's either San Fran or Seattle. No?
Correct.
Okay.
Seattle plus 260.
Is the favorite.
Correct.
I don't like those odds.
Seattle plus 260. The Rams plus 300.
And then San Fran?
But the Rams can't even can't even be the number 1 seed.
No, they can't be the 1 seed anymore.
Which is interesting that they have the second shortest odds.
They could be 5.
San Francisco.
You need a lot to happen, though.
Plus 425. The Eagles are plus 450.
I like that number. Listen.
Do you?
Yeah, well, I bet Maxey when he was plus like 7,000.
For the MVP?
The MVP. Now, it's not going to hit, but it's worth throwing $10 down, right?
Sure.
That number is probably worth it if you're somebody who's like, hey, I'll scratch my itch for
good.
What's the number? What's the line of demarcation? A hundo? You throwing 100 down on like a
50.
You go 50.
I think it's really good value.
That's what I'm saying. What's the number of that? Because that value there is good enough. $10 probably not worth it for me.
No.
But what's the number? I'm like, yeah, I'll throw 50 on that number. 450? I think so.
Bears are plus 900. And then the Packers plus
Could the
1,000.
Bears be this year's Bengals from a couple years ago,
No.
where nobody believed in that Bengals team, and then they went to the Super Bowl?
No,
You don't think so?
I do not believe so. Nope.
Very Williams in his second year. Burrow was in his second year,
Well,
I believe, at the time.
I've doubted them all year long. Same with Seattle. All year long, I've been saying I'm
the
winning
Seattle
anything. They
doubt.
stink.
The Seattle doubt is legitimate, though. You have good reason, John Mark.
Darnold
Has proven he's already won 14 games with a team, and then
turned into Sam Darnold.
exactly. This team, I don't even think is as good as that Minnesota team last year.
Defense is good.
Their defense is good.
Good head coach.
But Minnesota's defense is good.
Yep. Good
The
coordinator.
Minnesota had more weapons than they did. They don't have, other than Smith and Jigba, I'll take Justin Jefferson over him, no?
Yeah. Trying to think the running game. I mean, it's kind of a wash. You may lean.
They're very similar.
Yeah, you may lean.
So if you wash them, they're very similar. He won 14 games with that team and wasn't able to win.
Seattle has a tremendous home field.
They do. That's one big difference, and that's why they need this game.
With their defense at home, they get an early lead. They just lean on you, and it's tough for you to score.
How about San Fran? They said this in the Open the other night, which I thought, I guess you should kind of realize. They could get home field advantage throughout and play the Super Bowl at home.
Yeah, they may never have to leave.
Exactly.
Yeah, I heard the same thing, and I'm like, that's right.
I was like, wow, that is it's kind of wild to think that. But San Francisco has been so off the grid all year long, it feels like. And here they are as the 1 seed on the final week of the regular season.
It's kind of crazy. All right, quickly, to win the AFC, the favorite is much different. It feels like the teams are better in the NFC, but still very much anybody's game in the AFC.
Got to be Denver.
Denver plus 300 is correct.
Because the Chargers are sitting their starters this week. Which
Denver's going to win, yeah.
hurts the Patriots' chance to move to the number 1 seed.
Right, the Broncos win, they're the number 1 seed.
Correct.
And that's a real home field.
Yes. That's a real home field.
Number 2?
And by the way, they're really good. Number 2 has got to be New England.
Plus 375. Correct.
I like that number, by the way.
3.
3 would be, let's go, Buffalo.
Plus 500, correct.
Okay.
4.
4 would be Houston.
Correct. Plus 550.
Over the Jags?
They're the two teams that I was wondering if the Jags, Sean, were going to get in there. They're the two teams that I would pick to go to the Super Bowl, the Bills or the Texans.
Bills, Texans.
Texans defense is legit.
Very good.
And the Bills, at some point, don't they have to win one of these conferences?
I think the sand is going through the hourglass on that team.
And tied with the Texans or the Jags at
Tied,
plus
okay.
550.
What are the
Jags aren't
Chargers?
fluky. Plus 1,100.
I like that number.
I don't. Ravens plus 1,000.
I gave you 50. You're not in with that?
No.
Really?
No, I'd rather take 10 and not bet. I'd rather go get a value meal at
Are you
McDonald's.
cheap?
But yes, already know this. Steelers are plus 3,500. Steelers are 3.5-point underdogs at home to the Ravens.
Sunday night.
Sunday night.
Do you like that Sunday night pick? There's a lot of options out there. Could have gone San Fran, Seattle for 1 seed in the NFC. Could have gone Carolina, Tampa, which is meh. Could have gone Pittsburgh.
I like it.
Ravens. You going
like
that way? Because I saw people complaining they had these middle of the road division champion possibilities versus the 1 seed.
Yeah, I think both the teams stink, but it's the rivalry. You have Tomlin, you have Harbaugh, you have Lamar Jackson, you have all that. Let me see if the line's actually moved.
Plus, it gives Lamar an extra day to get healthy after however many injuries he's had this year.
Right. Yeah, no, I had said, I know we're running late here. I had saw, who was it that somebody wrote this, Mike Sando maybe of The Athletic. You think about what that could do, the loser of that game, the Steelers and the Ravens.
Done.
Tomlin could be whacked if they lose, or he could decide to leave.
Same with Harbaugh.
Same with Harbaugh or Lamar. Sando had written, he's like, you watch and see what happens this all season with Lamar. It's going to be, I think he used the word crazy.
You saw that article that they were talking about.
The Sun, in the Baltimore Sun.
Yeah.
They're going to move him.
I actually got to be honest. I thought when the whole thing happened, I thought Baltimore, when he was trying to get the new, I thought they were trying to get out of the contract, and that was their way of being like, you want to leave? Go
See
for
ya.
it. Yeah. I'm surprised that they ended up coming back together.
Minnesota is a team that Sando had said, look out for Minnesota being in on Lamar. Up there on that turf in the dome with Kevin O'Connell.
Not terrible.
He's some kind of player, but he's like, there's also something off with him and with Baltimore. It's time to move on from one of the coaches or the player. I don't know. You need something different.
The hardball thing there, like you get to a point where you're almost like, do I want to keep doing this? And then you take the year off and then maybe you come back or do you get right back into it? That's the hard part with that. A guy who's been there for as long as like a hardball. Tomlin will get hired in a second.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, and
You think Harbaugh would?
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Teams would be lined up. Now, they may wait a cycle to see if a better situation
That's what I mean.
opens.
Where Tomlin would get
Yeah.
hired immediately.
If he wants
Harbaugh
to.
might need a year just to like.
Well, if he wants to. He may look at the
Tomlin's a young guy, dude.
He may look at the Cardinals and say, I don't want to go to the Cardinals. He may look at the Giants and say, I don't want to go to the Giants.
Do you think coaches will be lining up to try to get the Giant job? Is that a valuable
there is
job?
there is a certain aspect. It's a regal franchise. It's the Giants. It's the Maras. It's the Tishes.
And it's a bad team
in
that
New
doesn't
York.
need to draft a quarterback.
I
That's one of the problems with these bad teams. They have to find a way to get a quarterback.
Or, yeah, like the Cardinals don't have a quarterback, or they have Murray, which I would have no interest in either. That's a bad organization. But the Giants are a bad organization, too. As much as we want to look at the Maras and the Tishes and all the Super Bowls, it's been a long time. All right, sorry, we're way late.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all right. I've been yapping. All right, coming up, 76ers. What a win last night.
Watch the whole thing.
What an exciting game. And you got something in Edgecombe. He's the king of clutch. Sixers win. We're going to talk some college football later and get our locks of the week. Uncle Jamie, my uncle, goes on runs during college football playoffs like you wouldn't believe. He's going to give his picks coming up somewhat later in the show. 76ers talk coming up next. Middays with Marks, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Kincade and Salciunas.
Jalen Wells defends Tyrese Maxey. Maxey right near midcourt, dribbling the ball between his legs. He's about to make a move. 6 seconds to go in overtime. Tie score. VJ's open. He catches. He shoots a three. It's good. He made it with 1.7 to go. VJ Edgecombe with the biggest shot of his rookie season puts the Sixers up by 3.
Tom McCarthy. Not Tom McCarthy on the call.
Right there. So close.
Man, so close. Tom McGinnis on the call last night. Right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. A very entertaining game, and that was in overtime. VJ Edgecombe with the game winner. Sixers win 139-136, and they end a 3-game losing streak. They're on the road for 5 in a row. Not that Memphis is a great team, but they were behind there in the second half. They had to get a little bit of a comeback, and the king of the clutch, VJ Edgecombe, man, coming in, being drafted, the talk was, like kind of a raw player, great. He's going to be great defensively. He's a point guard that can, very willingly is going to be dishing the ball. So he's not a gunner point guard, but you knew he was a little bit raw. He's going to have to work on a shot. Man, this dude, he has been, I'm not even going to say a pleasant surprise. He's been great. He really has. He's not going to put up 30 points every night. He's not going to put up 25 points every night. He doesn't need to. But he's got that it to him, which is so important when you're trying to establish kind of the new culture to the club, as Embiid here is probably in his last run, whether it's 2 years, 3 years, whatever it is. But it's so important to get somebody to pair with Maxey, and you got him, brother.
The Sixers are built on 2 improbable situations. The Muscala three-pointer got you Maxey, and the ping-pong ball bouncing your way gets you Edgecombe.
Yep.
Think about where they would be without Maxey and Edgecombe. But what you just said about Edgecombe, so Austin Rivers was on a podcast and was talking about Edgecombe, and he basically said he was like, not in a bad way, but that he was so ignorantly confident that he just didn't know what he didn't know.
Right.
But at like high school, he would go into like the college practices and just start challenging people because he felt that he belonged at that level at that time. And even though but that is the confidence that this guy has. And it was unknown throughout the process in terms of the draft process. People wanted Ace Bailey because he has the length and the intangibles and this and that. The fact, a lot of people get on Morey for the contracts of Embiid and George, and that is fair. Him to find Maxey, I don't know what we think about McCain. He looked like a player last year. So far, has kind of crapped out in year 2. But for him to pass on Bailey when there was a lot of people pressuring to go Bailey, and him to take a guy that I don't think a lot of people were all that excited about when they took him, he gets a little bit of credit for that.
I'll say this, and I give Morey a lot of credit because Maxey's a great draft pick. Edgecombe's a great draft pick. You have to remember Bailey had red flags and wouldn't work out for the Sixers and was trying to muscle his way to Washington or whatever was going on. So at the time, excuse me, I was totally fine with Bailey. They should have passed on Bailey. They did pass on Bailey. And I stopped paying attention to what he was doing. He's a very raw young player as well, and he hadn't had a lot of success. I stopped looking at the box scores because I just lost interest in the Eagles' season was going on. But anyway, Edgecombe's been unbelievable. And then you kind of look at this team, and you now are looking, you're like, all right, they went down a little bit, lost some games, but had a big win. And, it's all about how they're playing down the stretch and everything else. But, the formula is there. Maxey, Edgecombe, and Embiid had a big night last night. So you have 34 points for Embiid last night. There are 28 shots to get him. 34 points for Maxey last night, much more efficient. And then you have Edgecombe 25 points, but in the fourth quarter, 13 points. And he had that was his only bucket of overtime, hitting the 3. But you now have pieces to where even with Embiid and everything else with Embiid, and I'm trying not even to talk about Embiid because he did have a good game last night. But you can see how this team in 5 years.
By the way, almost had a triple-double.
He had a good game last night.
I mean,
he had a really good game.
For as much as people are like, get rid of him, he stinks. He had 34, 10, and 8.
No, it was. I'm trying to be positive with Embiid because he's out there and he's trying to gut it out, and He's an extremely talented player, and he was good last night.
Embiid is there. He's not going anywhere. So you guys have to accept that and accept what they are with him. They're a better offensive team. Maxi's better. Edgecombe's better. They're all better because of his presence out there.
So last night what they were doing was staggering Maxey and Embiid. And it was working.
Two-man them to death down the stretch.
Yep.
But the play they called to win the game was a very good play. Nurse has been getting a lot of this year for a lot of things. The play that he calls, though, it's a variation of him trying to run Embiid off, but they push him to the foul line. They use Edgecombe as the screener instead. And you're thinking, why the hell would you screen Edgecombe for Maxey? Well, it caused a confusion between the two defenders. They both went to Maxey, and Maxey finds Edgecombe. But that shows you the confidence that they have in Edgecombe to let him be the roller off that screen instead of Embiid.
Yep. Yeah,
because they Embiided them to death at the foul line. You know he loves that shot. And instead of giving him that shot again, they chose to go at Edgecombe, which was a completely different look. So you got to give Nurse a little credit because he's been getting Wally parked as well.
I think for the most part, Nurse has done a good job this year. They also played Bona. I don't know how many minutes, but they played Bona and Embiid a lot last night together, and it worked.
Great. I've totally blanked on the word I was going to use for you. 26 minutes, but I'm glad you brought that up. Those two guys together, it now gives Embiid rim protection, but he doesn't have to jump as much.
Right.
And it gives him like an athletic guy on a pogo stick back there. Bona is an absolute stud in terms of shot altering, blocking. Love Bona's energy.
Yeah, he makes a big time impact when he's on.
Observation was the word I was looking for.
Well, I mean, listen, that's what I do.
Man,
I make observations for a living. I like Bona coming in there and playing with Embiid. I would have never thought, but
and Drummond was a DNP last night,
which I was fine with.
Listen, if you could put all three of those guys together, Drummond's rebounding, Bona's shot altering, and Embiid's offense, you got something. Instead, you got three different guys.
They can make it work. It worked last night. It did. So really good win last night. Paul George was good. He was good. He took a lot of shots.
Yeah, 3 for 11 from three. Listen, when Paul George starts to get into a little bit more of an offensive rhythm, they're going to be And when they I love the Watford signing. I know a lot of people probably haven't seen a lot of him. He is like a 6'9" kind of point forward type, and then Oubre comes back. I don't know what to make of this team. Like, as we get to the new year, am I supposed to buy into them? Like, am I supposed to get excited about them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. No, you are. They're giving you reason to.
Listen, I'm a hoop head, dude.
Edgecombe's giving you reason to. And B.
Yeah, but what is this season? This season, I'm supposed to just be excited about the young talent, or am I supposed to be excited because of this young talent? I can make a deep run.
I think this is a setup season to next year. Not that you shouldn't win a playoff series, and you shouldn't be like this team. This team's not making the finals this year. I don't know if they're ready to make the finals this year, but with some good GMing, maybe a trade. To me, McCain is expendable.
And could you imagine if McCain had took another step from what he did last year? Man, that would be.
It's been. I don't know if Nick Nurse has done a good job with McCain. He's also coming back from injury, and you have Grimes. And
the Grimes thing has kind of stunted him a little bit.
So they probably don't move on from him, and they try to make him that role player next year. I don't know, man, but they do. I mean, he's a good young piece to have.
I was very excited about him in year 2 coming up. Now he has the knee, then he gets the thumb. We'll see what happens in the second half, as he kind of gets, because he's not getting 13 minutes last night. Grimes played 38 minutes last night.
They like the 3 guards.
Yeah, and if he was the third of the 3, that would be fantastic. And then you let Grimes move on. He's got that wonky deal where you can't trade him.
He's moving on. All right, coming up, more 76ers. Heard from Northeast Philly is right there. The Flyers also get a win last night. How about that?
Wasn't awake for that.
No, it was not either. Big win. That was heard on our sister station, MMR. But big win. That's coming up next. Middays with Marks, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles are expecting to rest its starters. I'm Sean Rodman, and this update is brought to you by Super Shore. Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super short. Not kind of short, not pretty short, but super short coming soon. The Philadelphia Inquirer's Jeff McClain is reporting that Jalen Hurts and most of the starters for the Birds will rest on Sunday against the Commanders. The offense is still having some issues on Sunday, this past Sunday, I should say. And here's Patullo yesterday on the problems with the early downs.
The first half, second half, it's not so much play call or execution. I think there's really not too much of a difference. What's happening, I think, or happened the other day, is we had some inefficient runs, and that got us behind a little bit.
The Flyers are back in action today in Calgary, taking on the Flames. After a win last night, they're coming off this is going to be a second leg of a back-to-back over their win over the Canucks last night. You can listen to tonight's game, though, right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Pre-game coverage begins at 9 p.m. Sixers are back in action tomorrow against the Mavericks, again, after their win in overtime last night in Memphis. And this update is brought to you by Sesame Workshop, the nonprofit behind Sesame Street. Sesame Street helped raise all of us. Now it's our turn. Donate this holiday season at sesame.org because the world needs Sesame, and Sesame needs you. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Is with Marks, 97.5 The Fanatic, Mike Gill, Sean Rodman. and Herb from Northeast Philly. Herb sent me a picture of some woman.
Jeez.
So he sends me this picture.
Oh,
It's an attractive woman, right? But I'm like, who is it?
looks like a stock photo.
Right. And his response is, I'm not going to repeat his response, but is this somebody that you just met? Are you going out with this woman? Why are you sending me this random picture of a woman?
I feel like she's liked a lot of my stuff on Twitter X. You get a like in it, you're like, oh, I got something here. And it's that picture.
I actually had a direct message sent to my Twitter. My DMs are open on all social media, so you can always message me. But CC the Fever Dream sends me a DM, and it says, hey, John, I'm making a very important decision, and I need a complete stranger's opinion. Are you in? Now, as you can imagine, this is CC the Dream. Oh, jeez. It's obviously not a real person. So a lot of times I'll just 99 out of 100, you just delete it. But so I saw it and I said, oh, I can't wait to hear what this is about. And there was no response back. But anyway, Herb sends me a picture of some woman. Herb from Northeast Philly. Herb, who is this lady that you sent me a picture of?
I just met her. Somehow she called me. I don't know how she got my number.
Oh no! You got a spam call from her?
I'm telling you. She's from Vancouver.
I gotta start answering these things.
All right, so hold on.
She's from Vancouver. She's from Canada, dude.
So hold on. So someone called you, and then she sent you the picture. So your phone rang.
She sent me a picture later. She started texting me, and then she said that she was out with somebody the night before, and I don't know how she got my number, and she started talking with me.
So hang on a second. So when did this start? When did she first? Did she first?
4 or 5 days ago.
So did she call you first?
Time.
Did she call you first or text you first?
No, she texted me first.
Text you first. You respond back, and then you're chatting, and then you spoke to her by phone.
Yeah.
You haven't talked to her actually. You haven't actually talked to her, right?
Yeah, I think I can't remember. I can't remember.
You'd remember
But
if you spoke to that woman in the picture.
Most of it's texting.
So you're doing a lot of texting now. So now are you texting?
I'm gonna call her. I'm gonna give her a call tomorrow, maybe.
So have you been texting her on a regular basis? Does she text you?
Yeah, like I just sent her like Happy New Year thing. But it's like 7 o'clock in the morning there. You know what I mean?
So Herb has money come up in any of these conversations? Like sending her money?
No,
not yet.
No. I'm not doing that. You know that.
All right. So Herb, I just want to warn you, that's not the person you're speaking to or that you're texting. And at some point, they're going to ask you. Whoever this person is going to ask you for money.
She's a very handsome woman, I'm sure.
Yes. So just block whoever this is and don't talk to them anymore because I know that it's appealing.
She just sent me something.
Oh,
hey, just
breaking news.
Wait a second.
What'd she send you?
She just sent me a text. Happy New Year, she says.
No, she sent you.
She says, wishing you all the best in 26.
All right. Okay. I would love to have you continue this just to see when she asks you for money.
That sounds genuine.
But
I hear you.
But I don't want you to be roped in even more and send her money because this person.
Let's talk about the Sixers. I know what you're saying.
All right, but just be careful,
Herb.
Herb, just be careful. This is far more interesting than the Sixers conversation with you. But go ahead. Let's talk about the Sixers.
All right, like I said, Edgecombe. Give him another year. That guy's going to turn out to be He's going to be a superstar. Okay, he's the kind of guy that he can take it court to court. Okay, he's like Michael Jordan. Okay, I would say he's probably going to wind up being maybe 75% of what Michael Jordan was. If you say Michael Jordan's 100% superstar, best player ever and all that stuff. This guy could be, at least I believe, from what I've seen so far, this guy can be 75% of what Michael Jordan. It all depends because Maxie right now. Maxie's the star of the team. And they have a couple other guards that come in there, to relieve them and stuff like that. But this guy's got he's got the goods. He's got the goods.
He
knows
does.
what to do with the ball.
Just
He
like you
knows
got the
what to
goods
do
for
with the ball.
this person that's trying to scam
right.
that's trying to scam you here. But Herb, for the first
I sent
time.
you the picture. You like that? That's all I'm asking you. You like that?
Well, I'm glad that I asked you about it. Herb, do not send this person
I like that you got the
banking
cliff notes
information.
before the whole story came out. You got a chance to evaluate.
So I'm showing YouTube the picture that was sent. Herb, be careful. What are you doing tonight for New Year's?
But
man?
anyway, I'm working right now, dude. I don't get off till about, I think it's 4:30 or
Okay.
so.
So you just hanging.
And I got to be back here at 7 in the morning. So
You're just gonna take it easy
I'm working
tonight.
myself tomorrow. Time and a half.
All right. Listen,
Time and a half all day.
Happy
so.
New Year, buddy. All right.
Go Eagles, bro. Go Eagles. Let's go.
All right. I'll talk to you on Friday. There's Herb. I mean, Sean, do you think that I know the YouTube chat has been chiming in on this? You think this is legitimate? The woman who just happened to text Herb?
No, I don't think this is legitimate. I think
You didn't give that much thought at all.
I was reading some of these YouTube comments too, and I think some might end up making the YouTube chat recap later.
Yeah, poor Herb. Yeah, lonely guy. It's the holidays. A beautiful, beautiful woman texts him out of nowhere.
I mean, that was highly airbrushed.
You know what I would like to do? I would love for it to play out and see where it goes, but I can't trust Herb. You know that he's going to end up sending her money, right? Because he's lonely and it's a nice woman.
I mean, I don't know Herb as well as you do, but I would hope that he would see that photo and see that airbrushing is a dead giveaway.
He does not see that.
Damn. You're better than that, Herb.
Do you remember
I have faith in you.
Do you remember the guy that said, dead giveaway? You remember that?
Yes.
It was in Cleveland. It was those poor girls that were locked up in that guy's house, and the person outside goes, dead giveaway.
I do remember that.
Herb, dead giveaway.
I mean, it's a nice photo. It's like back in the day, you had a wallet. And someone would give you the pictures, and you open the pictures like an accordion of photos.
Right, a lot of photos.
That photo would be in there, and someone that you went to college with would be like, this was my girlfriend in high school.
It does look like it was taken at Sears. What's in the No, but in the background, I don't even know if it's English.
Robin, do you have any concept of the Sears family photo?
I do. We did that one year as a family for I think my mother.
I've done the Sears family photo.
Our Sears down the shore went out of business like 15 years ago.
It was 25 years ago that we took it. It was all the grandkids.
Well, he's only like 27 years old.
It's probably like 17 years ago.
Yeah, you were a
J.C.
youngster.
Penney.
It's probably about 10.
J.C. Penney, yeah.
JCP now.
JCP.
Ours went out of business.
There's still one up here. I forget where it is.
Up here, there's one. In Cherry Hill.
Is it Cherry Hill?
Yeah.
You were saying that. When you were in Cherry Hill Mall, it was there.
2 weeks ago.
The JCP.
JCP. I couldn't believe it because our JCP went out a long time ago. Although Sears went out way along. They still have Sears going up here?
No.
Roebuck?
No,
Sears Roebuck and Company?
No, I don't even know when the Sears Willow Grove Mall. I grew up in Willow Grove, and the Willow Grove Mall, one of their chain stores was Sears for many years, and I worked in the mall.
The Anchor store.
Yeah, it was one of the anchors. And for many years, I worked in the food court at Luigi's, making food. So we knew all the employees from all the different stores. So you had Bloomingdale's, you had Sears, you had Strawbridge's, you had all. So you had
Strawbridge and
Strawbridge and Clothing. Oh man, my grandmother was a big Strawbridge's.
Bradley's.
Bradley's was in Horsham. It was not in the mall.
Gotcha.
But it was. I
worked at Boscov's.
Yeah, Boscov's kind of took over when Wanamaker's went out of business. John Wanamaker's. My grandmother was a Wanamaker straw. She would be like, Strawbridge's. I got to go to Strawbridge's to get Christmas presents.
Great stores.
Yeah, I love Strawbridge's.
My grandmother would say, can you go down to Cumberland Farms and get some mill? Like, she couldn't even get the K out, right? No milk. It was mill, right? Can you go down Cumberland Farms? Do they have them up here? Is that a short thing?
I know of it. I don't know where one would be.
I think they're all out of business now. This one is in Ventnor Avenue in Ventnor. For any of you who vacation down the shore, there used to be one on Ventnor Avenue in Ventnor by Florida Cold Cuts. And you'd say, can you go down Cumberland Farms and get a gallon of mill?
She couldn't say the K.
The K couldn't come out.
I'm worried.
You ever see that woman on Instagram that does like the the Delco thing.
Yes, she's very popular.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
But, the words, like they can't get the word has 4 letters. She couldn't get the 4th letter out.
There was a Cumberland Farms in Horsham somewhere.
Oh.
There we go. I'm very concerned about Herb now. Very, very concerned about Herb.
Listen, he's a big man, big choice, a big boy. He can make his own choices.
Is that being called, is that fished or scammed? What is that, the official term for what's happening to Herb?
I would say fishing.
It's fishing?
Fishing. I would assume that.
Okay. Or is it catfishing? I don't know. I mean,
somebody mentioned in the YouTube that they're going to probably take his 401k. Does he have a job that is 401k?
Herb was once upon a time a bailiff for the city of Philadelphia, and he was fired during a scandal. Something happened. There was a scandal, and he got fired because of it. So he might have had some type of a pension plan from that.
Well, Herb, if you're still listening, don't give that up.
I said just go to 48 and then we'll combine it. All right. That makes more sense. I'm very concerned. Mad Mike's calling in. I can't wait to talk to him. I'm very concerned for Herb. So, Herb, if you're out there still listening, please don't send any banking information or money. Or if they say go to the Walmart and wire me, don't do any of that. Stop. I would like to see like what the scam actually is. At what point does the banking information they ask? What Herb should start doing is sending pictures, like naked pictures of himself to this person. Right?
As like a retort, as a way to stop the text from coming in. Like, hey, lady, this is who you are engaging with. Are you still interested?
So I have somebody that I know, and I will keep it vague not to incriminate them, but they created this AI bot, and they're on OnlyFans with this AI bot, and they go into Instagram, and they like are always in the comments. And that they get people to click on their profile like that, and then they go to the profile, and then they go to the like, oh, this person's on OnlyFans, and they go to the OnlyFans, and then they click on that. So, but it takes a lot of time being on Instagram and being on social media. But yes, they're like this. It's a male has this AI generated bot that guys are paying money to view pictures of. It's not even a real person. And they don't know it. That's Herb, except. This is by a text.
What a world we're living in right now.
Mad Mike actually probably is getting fished and scammed and everything as well. Hi, Mad Mike.
I do not get fished and scammed. I'm not Herb from the Northeast. That melted ice cream body, he looks like walking melted ice cream.
Stop it.
Did he send you a picture like that woman sent it to him?
No, I met him before.
Okay.
Herb actually sent me a picture. Like shirtless, multiple times.
That's disturbing.
So I just wanted to call in and wish you a happy New Year, man. I hope you have a great New Year. And I just wanted to tell the Delaware Valley, you bunch of morons, this team's a bunch of frauds. Jalen Hurts is the fraudiest of all frauds. And our head coach is Mr. Magoo, just wandering around, not knowing what the hell's going on.
So you don't believe the Eagles are going to advance in the playoffs, Mike?
No, round one and done. They're going to get punched in the mouth. Jalen Hurts is going to do his I don't know how to play quarterback routine, and then all the idiots will go, he's a top elite quarterback. He's the best. He goes 0 for the eternity in the second half, but he's a top-rated quarterback. It's all the coach's fault. Shut up. He stinks.
All right. There he is. Happy New Year, Mike.
Happy New Year, you bunch of morons in the Delaware Valley.
All right, there he is. Mad Mike. Here's a picture Herb sent me from Brazil.
Oh. Jeez.
Shirtless.
There's
I don't know why he's sending me a shirtless picture.
Yeah, what crossed his mind of like, I got a great idea.
So I'm waiting for you to ask me why he has my number.
I think I had like some sort of idea. I mean,
he's harmless. I gave it to him.
Yeah, like he called or whatever, and you like
he was FaceTiming while I was on the air, I think, the one day. But yeah, no, he hasn't called me in a while. I think he knows I'm not going to answer if he calls.
Your phone?
Yeah, he calls my number. Like I'll be at home having dinner with my kids, and Herb is calling.
Yeah, you and I have a little bit of a different personality there. I'm not giving out my number to just like anybody there, Not today's world, man.
So Chuck from Mount Airy has my number. He texts me. Angry Al, who I can't get a hold of. I'm concerned about his health because he had a stroke not long ago.
Ooh.
And he hasn't responded back. I haven't heard from him since December 7th. So if you know Angry Al, please contact me somehow and let me know if he's okay.
That is admirable that there are people in this job that you make a connection with who you never actually meet, and that you do have some
I meet them all.
want to
Yeah.
connect in that. Like, yeah, I have certain listeners that like show up at events or whatever, and you put a name to the face. It's pretty cool. I don't want you calling me though.
Understand? I don't think anybody else does. But these people are a part of my life. Now,
There are people that I'm friends with who we don't call each other. Like, our relationship as friends is strictly through text messaging.
well, that's most people.
yeah, it's
People
not
don't talk on
good.
the phone anymore. It just is what it is. It is what it is.
Like, we set up our whole New Year's Eve plans via text. Not like, hey,
Everybody does
meet
that.
me at 3:30 here. We're going to do that. It was all through text.
Holy crap! Chuck from NRE is now on the line. Oh shit! How many minutes of commercial do we have here, Sean?
We have.
We have enough to go to Chuck from NRE. Chucky!
Executive
Johnny.
decision.
What's up, Chuck?
Johnny Marks. What's up, Johnny? Listen, I just wanted to call up, wish you a Happy New Year, man. I didn't talk to you around Christmas. You know what I mean? And how was your Christmas, man, with the kids, man? Was it good?
It was great. Yeah, it was great. The kids, my little girl is old enough to really get into it and knows Santa's coming and everything else. So, yeah, everything was great, Chuck. How about you?
Yeah, my Christmas was great, man, with the kids. But, I told them Santa Claus is fat, lazy, and he ain't come through. So they thanked me. You know what I mean? That's how it is in my household. Now, let me say this, Johnny.
That's a
listen,
great cover, by the way.
hey, listen.
Don't expect him to work here today.
Yeah, he is, man.
Sorry.
You know what I mean? I go to work all year long, and this fat guy get all the credit? Absolutely not. Not in my house. Me and my lady get the credit. You know what I'm saying? That's how it's supposed to go.
Oh,
but
yeah.
listen, I'm worried for her, man. You know what I mean, Johnny? You need to check on your boy, man, because he's desperate. He's too desperate, man.
He is desperate.
And when you're thirsty like that, you can get caught up. You know what I mean? And I hope you don't get no money up, man. You can't be desperate like that, man. That's how the devil gets you. You're desperate. You dangle a little carrot in front of you, and a guy like Herb say, "Oh, wow, she likes me. Let me see."
And you know as well as I do, Chuck, that even with me telling him you're being scammed, he's still going to go along with it because he thinks that there's that little chance.
Yeah.
You said it. He's desperate. Poor Herb.
Yeah. Hey, Johnny, we got to get together, get a beer, man, sometime soon, man. I don't know when, but whenever your schedule permits it, and whenever I'm available.
No, we're gonna do something in the new year where we're gonna do a live show at night, and we're gonna make sure all the listeners come out. So you can sit in the VIP portion of that, Chuck.
Oh, my man, I appreciate you, Johnny. You always took care of me. I appreciate you. Hey, listen, I want to say about the Birds going out, though, right? And who's the guy you with right now? Who's the guy?
Mike Gill.
Hey, Chuck.
Mike Gill.
Yeah, man.
What's up, Mike? How you doing, buddy? I didn't mean to ignore you. I was just Johnny.
That's all
and Johnny,
good, man.
we're good friends.
I'm getting paid regardless. I don't have to say a word.
I know. Hey, I'm getting paid too. I'm on the clock right now. I'm actually in my truck right now. You know what I mean? Real men work on New Year's Eve. Just remember that.
Yeah, right.
Let me say this. The Eagles are playing possum right now. And
That's what I said.
I'm telling you, I said genius thing of what they do. They and if you're a wide receiver, you're probably not going to be happy with your numbers during the season. But Nick, he likes to keep things under the vest. So my thing is this: come playoff time, you're going to see a totally different offense, and it's going to shock even the people that they're playing against. You're not going to see the 28th or 29th ranked offense. And with this defense, lights out. But I'm resting the guys on Saturday or Sunday rather, because I need that defense as fresh as possible. We don't need to ride this defense to where we need to go. And to me, I think the risk ain't worth the reward. And I think Tanner McKee is good enough with them backups to beat Washington sorry asses anyway. So, it's on and popping right now. Playoff time. This is my time of year. I love it. Christmas is over. I spent all my money. I'm tapped out. You know what I mean? New Year's coming in. I'm hoping that God bless me with some new money and another Super Bowl ring and another parade down Broad Street.
Damn right,
you know what I mean? What do you guys say about that? I think that this team has as good a chance as anybody of winning this thing. Now, have I been frustrated all year? Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? I think the offense have sucked. But I tell you, this defense gives me great hope that we'll be hoisting another Lombardi.
You know what, Chuck? And man, listen, Happy New Year, man. Love you. I'll talk to you soon, all right?
Hey, Johnny, I'll talk to you later. Peace.
All right. Yeah. The offense hasn't played their best football yet.
Nope.
You hope that their best game offensively comes in the playoffs, or one of the best games in the playoffs.
Yeah, 100%. And it did last year. They had the Washington game with 55 points. They had a Super Bowl game where they scored whatever
Dominant.
it was, 40-something.
Yep.
So it's in them. It's in them.
All right, we're way late. News at noon coming up next. What does Sean Rodman have in store for us? I took a little peek. It's going to be good. News and New with Sean Rodman coming up next. Middays with Marks, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles are expecting to rest its starters. I'm Sean Rodman, and this update is brought to you by Morgenstern Hair Restorations. Great teams stick together, and so does great hair. Morgenstern Hair Restoration. Championship results. Visit morgensternhair.com or call 610-980-4000. The Philadelphia Inquirer's Jeff McClain says that the Eagles are expecting to rest Jalen Hurts and most of its starters in the season finale. And, well, apparently, according to Kevin Patullo, it seems like they've seen enough. He spoke to the media yesterday, and he said that this offense is starting to figure some things out.
I think there's some things that we're starting to see now that this is kind of who we want to be going forward, and it's kind of popped up as we've gone on throughout the season because we've played such different games with different opponents that we've had and different styles of defenses.
Flyers are back in action today in Calgary, taking on the Flames. Flyers are coming off a win last night in the first half of a back-to-back over the Canucks. You can listen to tonight's game right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Pre-game coverage begins at 9 p.m. The Sixers are back in action tomorrow in Dallas against the Mavericks after an overtime win last night in Memphis. This update is also brought to you by Supershore. Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get Supershore, not kind of sure, not pretty sure, but Supershore, coming soon. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
in the show, including the Eagles make a decision on what they're going to do in the last game of the season. But before we get to all that, it's time for the news at noon.
This city needs its news.
Now, it's time for
I'd like to be remembered as a good newsman.
the News at Noon
That's the coolest piece of way I've ever heard in my entire life. That's insane.
with Ray Dunn.
How about that?
No Ray Dunn today, though. Sean Rodman, hello.
Hello. First up, let's start with the Birds. Cooper DeJean and Reed Blankenship. They have their podcast. They have handshakes. The defense is flying all over the place. And, well, they have a new celebration. It's now also a part of their handshake. And, it's straight from, I would say, the farm.
You have a milk the cow celly?
They got that?
We do have a milk the cow celly. It's part of me and Reed's handshake now, actually. We just added it in today.
It was kind of a spur of the moment thing. We usually do our normal thumbs down. And I'm like, dude, this like udders on a cow. And you go over there and you like milk the cow.
Milk the cow? Is it selling? We gotta get someone to hold the bucket.
Yeah, they explained it. Your thoughts on milking the cow, Michael?
I would be out on that. The celebration, the concept, all of it. I don't want to milk the cow. I don't want to celebrate like I'm milking a cow. Wow.
But that's where they're from. They milk the cow.
I know.
That was Hard Knocks last night.
I didn't see last night's Hard Knocks. I did see this all over my feed today.
Right. So what came from last night Hard Knocks with these two, with the two white guys in the defensive backfield, was that. And I don't know who it was on the Bills that came up to him and was talking to him like he was Cooper. And he's like, oh, no, I'm the other
guy.
It is pretty amazing that you have, and by the way, like Blankenship, he was making plays against the Bills too. He was cracking people. You have two exciting whites in a defensive backfield. Both of them can play. Cooper DeJean's just unbelievable. What a talent.
You wonder how, like, he had a name. Like, people knew who he was coming out of college, and he fell to the second round. Like, you're thinking, what the heck did these other teams miss?
I don't know, man. Maybe they didn't think he was an outside corner, which he's really not, but it doesn't mean he's any less valuable than what he does with the Eagles.
If you have a good player, like, what's the difference where you – like, I hate that whole thing of, like, well, he's not an outside corner, so he's not.
So, like, safeties don't have the same value as corners because the NFL decides safeties aren't as valuable, but this dude – is a slot corner. He can play the outside. He's a safety. He's got ball skills. He's athletic. He can tackle anybody.
He's such a good tackler.
Love the guy.
But the cow thing.
You don't like the cat milking the cow.
He's got the thumbs down. He's pulling on them like they're udders.
Well, last week he did the wrestling thing, and we find out he's dating Nikki Bella.
Are they officially dating? She's kind of poo-pooed it.
I think I saw she was wearing Kelly Green last night or 2 nights ago.
She put a video out prior to last game. Yeah, she's certainly not pouring water on it.
Okay.
Mike Gill.
I thought maybe they were just.
I'm not telling you that they're in a committed relationship, or I don't have the exact details. I think it's pretty safe to assume that they've bedded together, that they're having fun with each other. I don't know. God bless them.
I hear he's a notorious DM slider.
I bet he is.
Yeah.
Can you imagine being 22 years old and having social media, good-looking, athletic dude?
Right. Why do you need to do that?
Well, you just let him slide in your DM. Right. You shouldn't have to do any work.
Just walk down the street, dude.
They don't walk down the street anymore, man.
Yeah.
Because then they don't have to. They just go wherever they want to go. They set everything up DM, and then they go do what they want to do.
I don't want to be that guy. I want to be able to walk down the street, breathe the air.
Yeah. You would never want to be Cooper DeJean. Rich, young, handsome.
He has certainly a life that you can envy for a little while. I mean, it's like cultures. Like, you come from Iowa.
Dude, he had no idea what he was getting himself into. He gets dropped in Philadelphia. A Super Bowl season. Dude has a friggin' pick six on his birthday in the Super Bowl.
Unbelievable.
He's a good-looking young dude. He dunks on 14-foot baskets. He's got, everything's right there, and he seems like a good kid, too.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it's funny because we live in such a small little pocket where I am. So when you're somewhere, you're
everybody knows it.
Like, he was in Margate one night, and it was like, I saw him here. Then he was at this place. Then he was at the Deauville. Then it was like the same.
He's been everywhere.
Everywhere.
No, I know. He's enjoyed the fruits of being a star in Philadelphia.
He is turning into Mike Richards and...
I hope not.
All
Cartsy and Richards.
All by himself.
Those two idiots. Oh my God, no! Like, no, please don't even say that. Don't even say that. All right, what do we got, Sean?
All right, next up, let's mix some movies and sports in with this. With the popular sports movie, Coach Carter. Recently, a few cast members on multiple different podcasts, including Byron Scott's podcast, started to share some stories about that famous pool scene and how it really wasn't acting at all.
Producers are still mad at all of us to this day for that scene because we didn't fake any of that.
Damien, are you drunk?
I see you.
See you too.
I see you.
We were out in West Hills at some mega mansion house. They had like a yacht that was in the garage, and we were drinking in the yacht. And Sam wasn't there yet.
Everybody was drunk, so we wasn't getting nothing done like we were supposed to. And Sam is a perfectionist.
Then when Sam got there, they told on us.
Yeah, you can just
walked up
stop this, Sean, because I've never seen Coach Carter. Neither will I ever see it, and I know Mike hasn't. You're talking to two movie guys. Wait, who was in Coach Carter?
Samuel L. Jackson.
Samuel L. Jackson.
Oh, all right.
When he came into it at the end there, the producers told him, so when he's yelling in the scene, he's like actually yelling at them because he's pissed off that they're actually been drinking and they're in the pool. They weren't supposed to be in the pool. They're in the bedroom and they weren't supposed to.
That's when the best things happen, though, when you kind of just go off script.
By the way, someone says you look like you're on a sales call at a finance company started by a frat brother.
Who?
You.
I don't know what that means.
How you're dressed today, you look like you're on a sales call at a finance started up by a frat finance bro. I think it's a compliment.
All right.
It says you have a nice vest on, you have a hoodie underneath it, nice black vest, looks like it's fresh from Christmas.
Well, I'm a bigger guy, so for me to wear white, I can't just wear white. So I have to wear the vest to cover up the white. So that's
and
the
black
look.
is slimming.
Yeah.
So it's a nice look for you.
You, very slim. Me.
Well, that's slim.
Well, still, compared to me.
Okay, compared to you. I put on 10 pounds since I started this job.
That's understandable. This is a very tough job to keep your...
Well, no, I was very active in exercising.
Although I come in this building, everybody here is so fit.
Is that right?
Yeah, Salciunas is a beanpole.
Okay, he is.
Connor.
He's on the Bill's on the dad stack.
Yep.
Colarulo. Ricky Bo's in good shape. He's lost a lot of weight.
Yes.
Who are we missing? Sean Rodman's in good shape. He's also young.
Yep.
Ray
Dunn.
Nate.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say Ray.
Nate Tennyson ran the freaking...
He's in the marathon.
Yeah, marathon the other day, which almost made me late for my shift.
I wouldn't say that Ray is in good shape, though. He's just not. He's just thin.
That's okay. I'll trade for that.
Yeah,
I'm in good health. I went to the doctor the other day. I'm in good health.
But when Ray's in his 30s, he'll have a belly because he drinks and eats too much.
It'll be one of those bellies you can't even tell.
All right, last one, Sean.
Last one, the NCAA has allowed a former NBA draft pick to play in college basketball, giving him 4 years eligibility at Baylor, and Coach Calipari took exception to allowing it in a recent press conference.
Well, look, I don't blame coaches. I've got friends that are playing with 27-year-olds and they feel bad. I said, don't feel bad. We don't have any rules. Why should you feel bad? But let me give you this. Real simple. The rules be's the rules. So if you put your name in the draft, I don't care if you're from Russia and you stay in the draft, you can't play college basketball.
All right.
This is a 7-minute rant, by the way, and I watched the whole thing.
And it was good. I did too. It was good. John Calipari also, everywhere he goes, he gets sanctioned and wins taken away from him because of hanky-panky that goes on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
So, but obviously the system needs
broken.
It needs to be changed.
Listen, the college football thing, the NIL and basketball, but Iowa State had 43 people transferred. They have 17 guys left on their roster for next year. It's not a sustainable model.
No, it's a mess.
It is an absolute disaster. And it is unsustainable. The whole thing is going to basically come down, crash and burn.
Having free agency every year that's not good for football. And ultimately, these guys deserve to be paid, but there also needs to be some type of a structure where you do it. I'm fine with going to play paid. It is weird when you see a player is re-signed with school X.
All right, listen.
It's like, hang on, what?
I'm not anti-paying the players, but the problem is, like, I worked at the campus radio station. I got a stipend. They could pay me. They should have come up with stipends.
You're right.
Okay, if you're on the football team, you get a $3,500 every 2 weeks.
They should have done this earlier, and they wouldn't have this chaos that's going on
now.
right now.
It's gone way the opposite direction. You can't have a receiver on the University of Oregon making more money than Puka Nacua.
Yep.
And that's what's happening here. It's ridiculous.
Yep. All right, coming up, the Eagles have made a decision on what they're going to do against the Commanders on Sunday. Are they going to play their players, or are they going to rest their starters? We will discuss and give you that information coming up next. This is Middays with Marks on 97.5, the Fanatic, the 12 o'clock hour, brought to you by Service First HVAC, offering 0% financing for 48 months, rebates and tax credits up to $4,300 when purchasing a heating and cooling system. Learn more, ServiceFirstHVAC.com. Back after this.
Eagles offensive coordinator Kevin
Boingo Boingo, is also the composer of a ton of musical scores. It's probably where he's made his, well, not probably, it's where he's made his most money. He's a genius. Trying to think. Sally Kellerman was in this. I'm not giving you the main. Not giving you the main stars.
No, you're not.
Sally Kellerman was in this. Robert Downey Jr. in one of the first roles that I can remember him being played Derek Lutz, Jason Mellon's roommate. Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield.
I know the movie. I haven't seen it, so
I could pretty much verbatim do the movie right now.
Big 3 o'clock high fan.
Oh, what a movie!
Buddy Revell, the touch freak.
Buddy Revell. Yeah, my buddy Ed Tell from Razor Bar knocked it out of the park right away. Back to School. Underrated
Not Len?
movie. Huh?
Not Len?
Not Len from Swedesboro actually called the other day.
Oh, nice.
Why do you keep ripping Len?
I just think it's a great name.
I know. Well, you're not ripping Len. You like the name Len.
Yeah. Sirianni, by the way, he spoke a little earlier.
He spoke
for a second. His record in one-score games, 8-3 this year, 8-2 last year, 8-3 the year before, 8-1 the year before that. His first year, they were 2-4. One-score games, he wins.
They also are 2-0 when they don't complete a pass in the second half of a game.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, make it make sense. Is that Sirianni being a great coach? Of course not. So all these numbers about Sirianni this, Sirianni that, they won both games. They didn't have a completion in the second half. So take it for what it's worth. But yes, Nick Sirianni did speak. The news of the day, Jeff McClain reported that the Eagles will not play their starters against the Commanders on Sunday. Sirianni spoke, and he just said that they didn't hold the meeting. He has not told the team anything yet, and he would not comment on it. So based on that, he didn't come out and say that decision hasn't been made. So the Eagles, according to Jeff McClain, are not playing their starters on Sunday. Mike Gill, your reaction to that?
I mean, I understand it. I'm not going to sit here and say, what idiots. But to me, they went for it last week. You now have, it's like you broke down the first wall. You almost have to go to the finish line. But I do understand the health of the team is probably more, I don't know. Do you think the health of the team is more important than seed? With the field being as
what player gets injured? I mean, the details matter.
Well, okay, for instance, a couple of years ago, they played, and A.J. Brown got hurt in the last game, and then he couldn't play in the playoffs. Now, not that you believed in that team all that much. That was the team that lost 6 out of 7, 2023.
I'd rather have the number 2 seed. You tell me that AJ
with no A.J. Brown.
Well, if you're telling me A.J. Brown's out for the playoffs, then that makes it a much more difficult answer. But like, you're assuming that you're gonna get injuries.
I know that you can't guarantee, but there's a possibility.
It is a possibility.
And coupled with the fact that the Washington Commanders have almost said, we play you in 2 weeks. Do I want Cooper DeJean getting hurt? You know, are there people like Cooper and Blankenship, they're on Hard Knocks, they're getting a little celebrity here. Do you think there's some players around the league that are like, screw these two guys?
Yeah, I mean, probably. Maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
But, here's my question. Do you believe with Tanner McKee and Tank Bigsby and other backups that you can beat Washington? Because the win, Mike, the most important thing is the win. If you win, there's a legit possibility. The Bears are only 2.5-point favorites at home against the Lions.
I'm 100% with you here.
So this is not just this isn't the Broncos and the Chargers, where the Chargers aren't playing their starters.
Yep.
The Broncos need a win to clinch the number 1 overall seed.
LA doesn't need anything.
They're not playing it. That's not going to be what happens in the Bears and the Lions game. This is going to be a closely contested divisional game, at least going into it. If you're the number 2 seed, if the Eagles win and the Bears lose, you're the number 2 seed. Playing the Packers or playing the Niners or the Rams is a significant difference. You're beating the Packers. We talked about this earlier. FanDuel has the look-ahead lines. You're an underdog against the Rams if you face the Rams in the first game. I can't have that.
See, the Niners-Seattle Rams thing, to me, they are all similar. I don't have one, although I would say Niners to me. You go Rams. I know the Lions saying differently, but I think the Niners would be the team that I would try. You know, did you hear how they talked about this on Monday Night Football the other night? The Ram game. Joe Buck essentially came out and said the Rams don't want to play the Eagles. I mean, he almost said that. Is that they are trying to avoid the Eagles because they don't match up. Now, I watched the game. They pretty much won that game in Philadelphia. That you needed some crazy stuff to happen in that game.
Blocked field goals.
Yes, which I wouldn't put a lot of stock in happening.
Right. The Eagles have been fortunate against them. Eagles right now, according to FanDuel, if they face Green Bay, they're 3-point favorites. If they face San Francisco, 2.5-point favorites. If they face the Rams, they are 1.5-point underdogs at home. All I'm saying is that it's about getting through each week. You're not going to have the number one overall seed, so you're not going to have the bye. It worked out for him last week. If you're asking me, is it more important to risk the health of your players for a matchup in the first round? It is. But also, the Bears could win, and none of it matters.
Well, yeah, by the way, so Joe Buck said 3 times on the broadcast the Rams would rather play either the Bucs in Tampa. That's why they left Stafford in that game. They had to try to win that game because they did not want to play Philadelphia. The Rams would rather play either the Bucs in Tampa or the Panthers in Carolina than go to Philly and play the Eagles' defense.
Of course.
So those teams, see, we're here. We're so invested, and we look at the warts. These teams don't want to come here.
No. But you said it. There's nobody in their right mind that would rather go to Philadelphia than go to Tampa or Carolina. That's an easy decision.
True.
And you're trying to win games to assure that you're going to do that. Does that mean that they're going to walk into Philadelphia being, oh, my God, the Eagles?
No, I think you can make a good argument that the Rams feel like we're going to get you one of these times.
Right, which is what I'm worried about. I'm not scared of the Rams. I'm not saying that at all. Like, if it ends up being the Rams, it ends up being the Rams. Clearly, the easier matchup is the Packers, and it's about getting that first win and then reevaluating after that. And by the way, the number 2 seed's ensuring that you're having a second home playoff game, and if something happens to Seattle or San Francisco, whoever's the number 1 seed, you could be hosting another NFC Championship game at home, like last year.
Which my one reason of saying I understand what they're doing would be if I'm Sirianni and I'm looking at the Bears as the 2 seed, do I think Green Bay can go there and beat them? And yes, I do.
Yeah.
Agree?
Agreed.
So there's a very good possibility you win your game in the first round. Green Bay goes to Chicago, and they basically beat them in Chicago 2 weeks ago.
They could that game will be a very short line. That's a toss-up game.
Green Bay then goes to the 1 seed, and then you get the 5.
Yep.
You would get Seattle, San Francisco.
You would get somebody from the West.
Yes.
Yep.
And that is – there's a good possibility of that happening.
So you know what we're doing? We're doing a lot of talking because it's so uncertain what's going to happen. You don't know if the Bears are going to lose to the Lions. You don't know what's going to happen in that game. To be the number 2 seed, the Bears would have to lose, then you would have to win. You don't know if that's going to happen. I just think the Eagles are keeping it simple. The odds are they're going to beat Washington with Tanner McKee or with Jalen Hurts. And if you feel confident in that, the decision becomes easy. Then you play them.
By the way, Sirianni did indicate today that the way it played out and what Quinn said indicated that
played into it.
It possibly could. It was like maybe on his mind a little bit when thinking about this. So that's on my mind.
It's on my mind too.
Yeah. So all of this stuff comes into play, and you're right.
Considering they tried to fight, they started fights and they attacked Steen with like 7 guys. Yeah, it could get a little dirty.
But I think you would say, who do you want to play? And I could not want to play. And I might say San Fran. And you might say the Rams. Rodman might say Seattle. And then we would have all of the listeners out there, if they all texted in right now, just everybody out there, the one team you don't want to play, just text that team in. And I bet you we get 33%. Right. Like, there is no consensus. That's how wide open this bracket is. And the one difference from all these teams is one team has a resume that nobody else has. We all have flaws. All 7 teams in this field have flaws. But one of them has a championship resume that the other 6 don't.
You're right. And that's the Eagles.
So there is no path that the Eagles should deem to be more difficult.
So you worry less about it being the 3 seed. You prioritize health.
If I'm them.
You prioritize health with also, by the way, you're not taking an L. You're probably still going to beat the team. My priority is to win the game because I want to be the number 2 seed. I also would like to see Tanner McKee play.
I think there's a lot of people on that side of the coin as well. And listen, if Tanner McKee plays, okay, maybe that opens up the playbook to a couple more things that maybe Hurts doesn't do as well. And that doesn't mean that McKee's better than Hurts. It just says, hey, I can call a play like this that I can't call with Jalen. Right?
Oh, no. There could be a lot of noise.
I'll tell you what play they're going to open up the game with. Tanner McKee. Grant Calcaterra will be lined up on the left side next to the left tackle. He will drag across the back end of the field. McKee will roll out to the right, and he did that play to Goddard probably 6 times in the first half against the Giants. It's the only play they ran the whole first half last year in that game against the Giants, and it was to Goddard because they tried to get Goddard involved because he had been hurt.
Right. And yeah, they did. He played that final game.
He had 4 catches in the first half of that game.
But that's something good that we'll do coming up because, not everybody can sit. You can't sit your entire team.
Well,
there's 22 players to play.
53 guys on the roster, 22 guys. So you can get most of them out.
But you also have to win the game. See, I'm not going to stop saying this. You need to win the game. You better be damn sure if you're going to play your backups, that's fine.
And they did beat the Giants last year. Keep that in mind.
They did.
They didn't just sleepwalk through that game.
But are the Commanders coming in to ruin the Eagles' season?
Because in 17, if you remember that, they lost, was that like 7-0 against Dallas, the game Foles played?
All right, we got it coming up. Middays with Marks, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Eagles are expected to rest its starters. I'm Sean Rodman, and the Philadelphia Inquirer's Jeff McLean is reporting that Jalen Hurts and most of the starters will rest on Sunday against the Commanders. Nick Sirianni spoke earlier today, and he did not confirm that report quite yet. The offense, though, is still having some issues on Sunday, and here's Patullo yesterday on the problem on early downs.
The first half, second half, it's not so much play call or execution. I think there's really not too much difference. What's happening, I think, or happened the other day, is we had some inefficient runs, and that got us behind a little bit.
The Eagles will be taking on the Commanders on Sunday, and the Flyers are coming off a win last night in the first half of a back-to-back against the Ducks. You can listen to tonight's game, or the Canucks, I should say. You can listen to tonight's game right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Pre-game coverage begins at 9 as they take on the Calgary Flames. Sixers are back in action tomorrow in Dallas against the Mavericks after an overtime win in Memphis last night. This update is brought to you by Supershore. Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get Supershore. Not kind of shore, not pretty shore, but Supershore coming soon. And this update is also brought to you by Sesame Workshop, the nonprofit behind Sesame Street. Sesame Street helped raise all of us. Now it's our turn. Donate this holiday season at sesame.org because the world needs Sesame and Sesame needs you. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic.
before I, keep everything, discuss them with them before I kind of discuss it, nearing in more on a decision. But, I'd want to discuss it with those guys before.
All right, so it's Nick Sirianni. He would not officially announce that the starters aren't playing. He wants to have a team meeting first, but pretty clear that is going to be
It's Wednesday. He knows.
He knows.
Yeah, they know.
What he didn't say was, no, that decision hasn't been made. So the Eagles will not play their starters. I just want to pull up the depth chart here.
What do you want to know? I got the answer.
Well, like who plays?
Where? What position?
Well, just go on the offensive line.
So at left tackle, you'll probably get Fred Johnson.
Who's been fine doing that.
He'll probably go from right to left. Pryor will probably go to the right side and have to play over there, I would imagine.
Yes, I don't
then
like
you're getting
that.
Brett Toth maybe at guard, and Drew Kendall might be your center. You do have the yikes. You got guys you're going to have to activate off the practice squad.
No, Steen's going to have to play.
Yep.
So that's what I'm saying. You can't just put every backup
you probably want Dickerson to not play.
Dickerson doesn't play. Mailata, Dickerson, Juergens, and Lane don't play. Fred Johnson's been starting
at right tackle,
and he's been fine. So that's.
But do you want to move him to left tackle for the week?
I want to win the game.
I'm just asking.
But then this
that was a fair question.
So this is part of the problem that I have is that I want to win the game, and now the first 13 seconds of us talking about it, you have Toth, a practice squad guy, Matt Pryor, who I never want to see on the field, and Fred Johnson. If Washington's playing their starters on the defensive line, this isn't a great matchup.
No, your starting offensive line has been a problem. Now you're going to a huge drop-off. Now, your weapons would be Calcaterra and he's a decent pass catcher.
Can't block.
Dotson kind of moves up the chart. I guess Darius Cooper's a guy that I have some intrigue to see.
I do too.
Yeah, I have some intrigue to see what he brings to the table. And that would be
Absolutely.
interesting if he came out and had a big game. Then you have the offseason. Oh, Cooper's really good. And, that will be something. Everybody wants to see more of Bigsby. So I don't think anybody has a problem with Barkley. By the way, Barkley, here's an interesting one. We haven't talked about this yet. He is like 87 yards away from a sizable bonus.
Which he's not going to get.
Last year he was going for a record, but not money.
Which was
this is like a $500,000 bonus.
So here's what I would say to that.
Might be $250.
Here's what I'll say to that. The Eagles did right by him by extending him. They didn't have to do that.
Correct.
It was the first year of a contract, and they wisely didn't let it get to where he felt. When you have a season like that, you reward a guy for it, and they did it. So I don't listen. $250. We like to think that these guys make tens of millions of dollars. $250 doesn't matter. No, $250 is $250. That's instead of he's probably paying for his entire family's vacation. Like they pay him to go to the Super Bowl and whatever. Like they get big expenses. You don't put him in there for a bonus.
87 yards away from a $250,000 contract incentive. He needs 87 total yards, not even rushing.
Nope, he does not play.
I agree. I'm just, does he, hey, can you get me out there for a quarter, a half? Just feed it to me?
No, he cannot. So Bigsby, McKee starts, Cooper. Does Dotson play?
Yeah, Dotson plays.
Okay.
Because if Dotson gets hurt, Cooper, I think, is a guy that you don't.
Well, let's face it. Is Dotson really anything special?
No.
See, I'll say this next year if they do move on from A.J. Brown, I would love to get a real slot receiver in here, like the kid from the Giants.
It's the one thing that this team has never really had is one of those pain in the ass slot guys who just crush you on the hashes. They don't throw the ball between the hashes.
Wendell Robinson is really good. He's a free agent.
Well, the year they had Aguilar, he was awesome in the slot. Whenever they moved him to the outside, he couldn't track the ball.
Right.
But what he was really good at was running 7 yards, turning, catching, and then reverse spinning and getting up the field. They have lacked that awesome, elusive type slot guy my whole life.
Yeah. It's never been a big part of their team.
You know who they had? They had Amendola here in camp, and they cut him. This was years ago.
He went to Miami before
he became Amendola.
Yep.
Yeah. But they had.
Did he go to Miami or did he go right to New England? Wes Welker went to Miami.
Might have been
before
with the
New England.
Rams.
Rams. He went to the Rams. Good call. All right, defense.
Yep. I'm here for you.
Ojimo, no. Davis doesn't play. Carter doesn't play. Phillips doesn't play. Vaughn doesn't play. Nolan Smith?
Probably a little bit. You got Uche, and then, oh, man, you play Brandon Graham?
No. John Campbell probably plays linebacker?
I would imagine because
Trot plays.
You keep Dean out. You could probably go with Campbell and Trot, and then you got Mondin.
Yep.
You got Uche as a guy. Whatever happened to Ojolari? He got IR'd, right? Aziz Ojolari?
Yeah, he's on the IR. Correct.
So, oh man, you're lacking at the edge rusher position.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They're gonna have to play some of these guys.
There might be. Do they have Patrick Johnson still around? Is he still hanging
No,
around somewhere?
he's on another team, right?
I don't remember anymore. I thought he was on the practice squad at one point, and I don't know if he got snagged by another team.
I don't know. Well, and then you're not going to play any of your starters in the secondary.
Definitely not Cooper DeJean. You're probably going to go with Blankenship. No, not Blankenship. Sidney Brown.
No, you know what? You're right. They need to look. We need to look on the practice squad to see who they're going to elevate. They're going to elevate guys from the practice
because
squad.
I know Andre Sam is one guy. DeCecco loves Andre Sam, but I think he might be out of elevations. I'm not 100% sure because they did something wonky this week. Now, remember, I'm off a little bit, so I'm not like
me too.
Meaning I've been off of work. I haven't followed but they released the long snapper,
but he's able to be elevated. So in the playoffs, you can have as many elevations as you want.
Right, but there was a reason they cut him and then brought him back this particular week because they knew they have all these things that they need
room
to try
on the 53.
Correct. And Andre Sam is one safety that is somewhere. I think he might be out of elevations. I'm not 100% sure, so they might have to actually put him on the 50.
All right, so the defensive backfield, Ringo, Michael Carter. Remember, everybody thought Michael Carter
did not play last week, though, because of a personal situation.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that.
Right.
Sidney Brown will be running out there getting beat on passes over his head.
He's a rough watch back there.
He's good on special teams. Ja'Cory Bennett.
He's been hurt a lot.
See, are you sure you're going to win this game?
Mac McWilliams. Another guy, draft pick.
Sean Robiner, are we sure we're going to win this game?
I mean, you're going through the list of names, and I'm becoming less and less sure, especially with this defensive side. And you can only elevate
Ty Robinson, by the way.
You can only elevate 2 guys per week for the from the practice squad. So if you're already putting the long snapper on the practice squad, I'd imagine he's going to be one of the.
Can anybody
ones
name
elevated.
the long snapper?
Charlie Hewlett.
There you go. What a show off.
Yeah, I didn't know his name, but I read this morning how they're going to elevate him or whatever.
I think I've read his name being on the practice squad.
Well, you're also doing
squad.
updates, so you're paying attention to that. All right.
I mean, the defense definitely, like the offense. The funny part is here, the defense obviously carries this team.
Right.
In this particular game, you feel better about the offense than you do the defense playing in the game without the starters, don't you?
Say it again.
You feel better in a game without your starters. You actually feel better about the offense than you do the defense in the game without your starters.
Because it feels like Stoutland U, even though it's turned into a JUCO this year, Stoutland U hasn't been as good. But you feel like the backups will be okay, and you're able to call plays, get the ball out quicker, and do things like that to where it won't be as much of a problem. You look at this defensive secondary. I mean, Jesus. You have – remember the COVID replacement game where they wanted to get everybody – they gave everybody COVID, so then they couldn't get it again and missed playoff games. So they literally, they said everybody had COVID. So they had guys that came up and played that were weren't even on practice squads the previous week. And Dak, they played the Cowboys. Dak was celebrating like he won the Super Bowl. He was throwing the ball or replaced it. Guys that aren't even backups. They weren't even on NFL rosters. It was like replacement games on the strike years. And Dak's out there, doing Chris Farley celebrations after throwing touchdowns. And, so you might see something like this, except like Sean had said, you can't elevate that many people.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at that secondary closer again. You have in the secondary, you would probably go with Ringo and Mac McWilliams as your outside corners. Michael Carter would be your slot
if he can
guy.
play.
Ja'Cory Bennett is also an up. So you would have Bennett, Ringo, Mac McWilliams, Michael Carter. You need another safety. Sidney Brown, if you look at the Eagles' official depth chart, they only have 3 on there, Blankenship, Epps, and Brown.
Right.
They don't even have a partner for Brown. He's just a blank space. Might be better off.
Yeah, maybe who knows who it would be. Well, again, you're also going against Josh Johnson. It's important to note.
True.
Josh Johnson, when he came in the NFC Championship game, the game was over. When he came in against the Eagles, against Washington last time, the game was over.
He's not very good.
No, he's not.
I love that job, though, that you get to hang around for 10 years, play on every team in the league, and totally add nothing. That's a great way to become a millionaire.
But you know what he adds? He's obviously likable because guys don't bounce around like that and keep getting jobs unless they're easy to get along with. They add some value in practice or in the, like Doug Peterson. I've actually talked to Doug Peterson about this. He had a long career as a backup.
Mm-hmm.
Doug Peterson couldn't play, bro. Like he flat out could not play, but he added value to the teams. Doug's a likable guy. I always said Doug was the uncle at the barbecue that stood around the Miller Lite keg, and was pouring beers and telling stories. And he had the hat on, the visor on, and he's telling stories. And he probably had 15, 20 beers, and he didn't sound any different from when he started. So, like, to be that guy, you don't want to be a pain in the ass as a backup that nobody likes. Those guys don't have value to teams. Josh Johnson obviously has some type of value, but he can't play.
Right. You don't want to be the guy that says, I'm better than the guy in front of me.
And I want his job.
Exactly.
You want to be the guy that says, I love holding the clipboard.
It's just like, can you imagine having to write the check for those guys? It's a tough check to write.
Yeah.
Guy never plays, knows he's never playing. I got to write that check.
You know who enjoyed being the back? When he finally realized he was the backup, he was perfect. Mark Sanchez. He was handsome. He could come in and play a little bit, too. He's a good player.
Sure.
But he was handsome. He loved not playing. He's out there without the helmet on the sideline. He's helping out the other quarterback.
The guy I went to college with, he was like the backup punter. And he would just use that all the time.
At West Virginia?
Yeah, I'm with the football team.
Without details?
No detail.
So was he a scholarship athlete?
I don't know. He didn't last long. He was only there for like my freshman year. And I don't think he ever stepped on the field, but he definitely used it. I'm the punter. I'm the backup punter.
What years were you at West Virginia? You were Major Harris, right? You're not that old.
I'm not that old. Mark Bolger was the quarterback.
Oh, get out. He had a good career.
Yeah. Anthony Becht,
whose son, Rocco.
Yes.
Just telling you, Penn State.
I know a lot of people keep asking.
Penn State.
Anthony, by the way, local guy for the people out there, Bonner.
Delco guy.
So we hung out all the time at West Virginia, and he was coaching the St. Louis Battlehawks. He just got a new job. He's the new coach of the Orlando Storm.
No.
Yeah. I said this is wild that he's like a head coach. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, he was doing ESPN stuff for a while.
Yeah, he did a lot of he
was doing game stuff.
Color analyst.
Yeah, he was doing analyst stuff on games. But his son, his son grew up in Florida. So Anthony, his wife is a buddy of mine's sister.
She went to West Virginia with us.
Right. Oh, okay. So that's
where they met.
That's where they met. Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah. So I always I haven't asked him. I don't want to be the guy to be like, hey, is your nephew going to Penn State? Because that's the. Rocco played for Matt Campbell at Iowa State. Rocco's turned himself into a really good college quarterback.
Right. Well, and I remember when the Eagles hired Sirianni, the guy I wanted was Matt Campbell. Like, I thought he would be.
He turned down the Detroit job, Detroit Lions job.
And I know Anthony really, really, really likes Campbell. And
Rocco's going to Penn State. That'd be a great.
I would imagine, and I haven't talked to Ant in a couple weeks, but I would imagine that would be the dot connecting. By the way, I was talking about. I said Iowa State. They had like 43 people hit the portal.
Yeah, the head coach leaves. A lot of people leave. All right, 610-632-0975. 610-632-0975. Big 1 o'clock hour. Talking college football. Uncle Jamie. All right, if you're somebody that's on the BetParks app or whatever app you use, because we have leading out of our show, we're going to have a little. What is exactly out of our show?
It's like the top stories of the year, pretty much.
Yeah. So Ray and Matt Menard, they produced a nice top story of the year that will play after us. But
top 10 to be exact.
Top 10.
Yes.
Ooh. How about that?
10 stories.
But then the college football playoff resumes this afternoon right here on the Fanatic. Uncle Jamie, he went on a run last year. Mike Gill, I'm telling you, he was like 19-20. I'm telling you, it was unprecedented. He's going to give us his picks coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. Don't go anywhere. Middays with Marks, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Eagles are expecting to rest its starters. I'm Sean Rodman, and the Philadelphia Inquirer's Jeff McClain is reporting that the Eagles are expecting to rest Jalen Hurts and most of the starters on Sunday against the Commanders in the season finale. Nick Sirianni spoke earlier today and did not confirm that report.
We have a team meeting coming up. I haven't communicated that with our players, so I'll always talk to our players before I, keep everything, discuss them with them before I kind of discuss it, nearing in more on a decision. But, I'd want to discuss it with those guys before.
And Jalen Carter has been named the NFC Special Teams Player of the Week after his blocked PAT against the Bills. The Flyers will take on the Calgary Flames tonight in Calgary. You can listen to the game right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Pre-game coverage begins at 9 p.m. This update is brought to you by Supershore. Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super short, not kind of short, not pretty short, but super short, coming soon. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
wasted drunk if you want to. I did it many times. Many, many times. But in 2025, there is never, ever, 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 ever a reason to get behind the wheel and drive. When I was Sean Rodman's age, and he'll be asleep by 10 o'clock tonight, he won't be doing it. When I was in my early 20s, my mid-20s, Uber wasn't around. Lyft wasn't around. But you know what I did one year? I was at it's now McGurk's, but it was called the Bent Elbow Tavern. It's Fort Washington for many years before it got sold.
Good name.
It was an unbelievable place, right? And I called my parents. I called my mom and said, "Someone come pick me up." I didn't go with a car. I'm like, you know what? Like, I'm not gonna get in a car with somebody that's drunk. I need to survive tonight, right? So I called my parents, and whenever I needed a ride, my parents would come pick me up. They were great for it. I'm not a drinker and a driver. I've never been. Don't drive drunk tonight. Don't kill somebody else. Don't kill yourself. Don't kill another innocent driver. Don't get a DUI to where now it's thousands of dollars in fines, and your insurance goes up, and you got to do jail time and stuff like that. Enjoy yourself and take an Uber home, Mike.
You ruined my plans.
You're going to go drinking. No.
No, it's a very good message. And I will say, the New Year's is like, the amateur night. Everybody who's like, whatever. But it is still fun. You go out with a small group of people. You still you can have your fun. But
all right, house party or bar on New Year's Eve?
Well, I've hosted a house party for like the last 6 years. I like the house party. But tonight we're going to leave the house for a little bit. We're going to get home, though, early. So as soon as I leave here, I'm jetting home. We're going to go out for a couple hours, probably be home by like 8, 9 o'clock.
Right, and you'll be asleep by 10:30, 11.
I don't know if I'll be asleep. The football's on, all that stuff. But I don't know. I'm more of a house party person for tonight.
And I also think it matters. Well, I mean, I don't know. I've been single for many New Year's Eves. I've been dating for New Year's Eves. I've been married for New Year's Eves. I don't know. I don't think I've ever, outside of going in the year 2000, and we're about the same age, so going into the year 2000, I ended up at some hotel ballroom in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Ooh. So, long story short, friends that went to Bloomsburg.
Is that where you went?
I did not go to Bloomsburg. No, but I had friends from high school that went to Bloomsburg that were like, hey, there's this hotel party. We're going to get rooms to go to this hotel party. And I'm like, all right, cool, whatever. And it was a great night. It was
99 into 2000 is one of my favorite New Year's parties ever.
Me too.
We had, my buddy owned a bar. Now, we're like, I don't even know if we're 21 at the time, but my buddy owned the bar.
You would have been 21.
Probably, yeah. Right around there. So it was basically like all of our friends from home invited all of their friends from their colleges, and we all like had our house all at one place at this, it was a place in Margate called Zoom. I don't even know what it is right now. But
it's not Zoom, though?
No, Zoom went away a while ago. But it was one of those things where, like, my buddy went to Clemson, his Clemson friends. I went to West Virginia. My West Virginia friends were all there. My other buddy went, they went to Rowan.
That's awesome.
And we all hung out for that night at this place. And, man, it was a banger.
Yeah, they played Prince 1999 for the entire hour between 11 and midnight.
People were all freaked out about
Y2K.
like the Y2K, what was going to happen to computers, everything was going to, like, that was like a huge concern for people.
The entire year. It's like, oh my God.
It was like a computer COVID.
The world could shut down.
Like the whole place is like, what's going to happen when the number has to go from 99 to 00?
Right.
The computers aren't going to be able to handle. Your bank accounts are going to be a mess.
The planes are going to be in the air. They're all going to crash because we won't know what to do.
It was nuts. But that was a New Year's, man. We were talking about it last night. My roommates in college and I are on a text chain, and I said, anybody remember Zoom 99 to 2000? It was just like, and then text is like, oh my God, I can't remember this.
Sean Rodman, you don't look like a big party guy.
I mean, I'll go out, but I would not be at a bar. I would definitely do something at home.
House party?
House party is definitely much preferred.
The kids of today
myself.
they're not as big of drinkers.
They're not.
No.
They vape and edibles and all that other stuff.
Yeah, is that true, Rodman?
I would say it's true for most. I'm more of a drinker than
yeah. I've been in here on a weekend where Rodman's struggling.
Yeah, that's after a wedding. I was struggling that Sunday morning.
He was green.
I work with Ray. I mean, he's out all the time. How do you think I feel?
I mean, I don't know Ray that well, but people have to remember, okay? Like, I'm kind of new here, so I don't know everybody. Like, I barely know you. Like, we know each other, but I think I've only met you, like, this is the third or fourth time in my life.
That we've met?
I think so. When else would we have met? You know where I ran into you? In Minnesota at the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
one
that's
year.
what I'm thinking.
I think that was the only other time I've ever actually
Really? I didn't see you in Phoenix?
Maybe when Phoenix is when you saw me. Maybe not even Minnesota.
No, I saw you. I saw you in. Well, we were in the food court, but I saw you in the food court, away from Radio Row.
But people just take for granted that, like, I barely know people.
So,
like, I'm new here, man. And on the weekends, you don't see anybody.
So let me ask you this. Now nobody's here. Where is your favorite Radio Row that you've went to?
Definitely not Minnesota.
So I love Minnesota.
Oh, that was rough.
I hated Phoenix. Hated it. It was too spaced out. There wasn't, like, Minnesota. And you have to also remember, first Eagles Super Bowl in God knows how long. So you're there with the excitement. But there was so much going on. There was no room. It was crazy.
Well, I would say, though, many of the Radio Rows are like Phoenix. They're just
spread
in these
out, yes.
big ballrooms.
I know.
Like, I was there last year.
They're a convention center.
Yeah, they're in these huge convention centers, and they're just spaced out, and it's just a herd of cattle, like tables on top of tables. I liked Atlanta. You know who was with me in Atlanta? Harry.
Harry Mays?
Yeah. Well, for a while there.
What year?
Harry and Aton did a show on my station down the shore.
Oh, get out of here.
And we announced
a Joe Kraus special.
A little bit. But we announced that show was coming to Middays from Radio Row.
I did not remember Harry was down there.
And Harry and I went to the College Football Hall of Fame.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Some people went to where Lou Williams goes, and you and Harry went to the College Football Hall of Fame.
I will say,
Magic City.
We went to get a couple IPAs. So now Harry, I think, drank a light beer.
Yeah, he's a vodka guy.
Yeah, he doesn't have a beer, big drinker. And we were trying to get Aton to meet us, but like after 7 o'clock at night, that's over. It's not happening.
No.
He might have been a little lifted.
Yeah, something was going on. So we have Nick Sirianni. He did not officially announce that the Eagles aren't playing their starters, but the Eagles aren't playing their starters. He just has to announce it at a team meeting or whatever. He was asked if part of the reason is because Dan Quinn and the Commanders players were saying, "Oh, yeah, we'll see you in 2 weeks, Eagles. We'll see what happens then." Here's Sirianni asked that question.
No, because I know the referees do a great job of controlling that, and I have the utmost respect for Coach Quinn. That, I know myself too, is like, we want to go out there and have an opportunity to play football. It's not, and like I said, yeah, you don't think, you think about, like, we talk about penalties all the time and playing under composure all the time. I mean, that is something you constantly, like, there's so many things that are ups and downs in this game, and whether fighting is one of them or whatever it is, bad play, good play, it is always about playing the next play and not letting things distract you. And so, we're going to be locked into doing everything we can do to win this game. I know they will be as well. And yeah, I look forward to,
yeah, all right, you can just
battle.
stop it. He's not gonna answer the question. Yeah, so he's got too much respect for Dan Quinn. You would think that would be accurate. But we did have the whole team fighting the Eagles, and you had the reaction afterwards. And maybe they've calmed down since then. But they certainly felt a certain way about the Eagles going for two there, Mike.
There's no question. And I brought this up right before they had to play Washington twice in 3 weeks. Division games twice in 3 weeks. Keep in mind, you eliminated them from the NFC Championship game last year. And don't forget, the Josh Harris, owner of that team,
right?
That little element of the whole thing, of the way the Eagles fans have kind of been like with Washington and that whole dynamic, for some, people actually care that the Sixers owner also owns that team. So you have to wonder, like, is there something there? Remember last year they didn't, like, congratulate the Eagles or something? Like, that was a whole thing. The Sixers did.
Right.
That was like a little thing there. So Washington has always been the team in the NFC East that everyone's kind of like, it's the Giants. And Washington, I would imagine, would love the opportunity, because you were talking about this earlier. Detroit, like, they want to do this because there's a way to knock the Bears back. Washington wants to be that team as well. And if it means maybe being a little nefarious along the way because of what they did to them 2 weeks ago, don't discount that.
Right. Maybe. I mean, I'm not saying that Dan Quinn's going to talk to the team before the game and say, go out and take cheap shots and injure people. I don't believe that for a second. That doesn't mean once a player or two gets on the field isn't going to take a shot. Period.
That's a great point. Is, this whole thing last week with Jalen Carter sticking his thumb in the guy's eye and whatever happened in that whole situation. I think it got lost in the sauce a little bit because of the time of the year where people aren't like focusing and working full time, yada, yada, yada. But who's to say that some guy doesn't go rogue because he thought that the Eagles disrespected them 2 weeks ago? It takes one guy to be like, you know what, dude? I was on the field when you went for 2, and here's my retaliation.
Right. Yep. Yeah, Jalen Carter going out with an injury would be the difference maker he is on this defense makes everybody around him better. He is a force multiplier, brother.
He is one guy that cannot play in this game. You cannot afford, he's
he's
let
not
the
playing.
Shoulders. He played last week. You saw what he brings to the table. Bang. The one guy on defense that you cannot lose would be.
Yeah, they're not going to play any of them.
Right.
They're not going to play any of them.
But the one guy on defense you cannot lose would be Cooper DeJean. He, to me, is like. And you don't agree?
No, it's interesting. I wouldn't have thought of that, but
he basically allows Fangio to do so many things because of where he can play him in so many different spots and things, and he is just such a Swiss Army knife that no other team has a guy that is like that.
No, it's a great point. His versatility. Remember Brian Dawkins with Jim Johnson? How, if not that B-Dawk wouldn't have been a Hall of Famer, but the fact that Jim Johnson looked at him and said, oh, I can't wait to use this guy. Right? Fangio can kind of do the same thing with Coop because of the versatility.
And I'm glad you brought that up. And here's what I'm going to say about this. Those teams were led by very good defenses. The problem was they didn't play their very best in the biggest games.
No, they didn't.
And that's the problem when your team is so dependent on your defense. You cannot count on them every single week to play at that level because those Dawkins teams ended up disappointing us because in the end, they weren't up for the biggest challenges. And a lot of times those defenses were, the Carolina game, you lose 14-9 or whatever that was in the NFC Championship game. But some of them was because your defense just wasn't.
Some of the non-NFC Championship games, like I remember the game in New Orleans that they lost, and it was.
07?
Yeah, and it was like the defense again, like you had said. The offense is going to have to pick up the defense.
It was Jeff Garcia, right?
If you're going to win, yeah. They didn't win that game?
I don't think so. No. They lost a game in New Orleans. That was a game where Sheldon Brown laid someone out, Reggie Bush out early. And you were like, they're going to win this. And they ended up doing nothing after that.
Yeah, that at some point, if the Eagles are to make it to another Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl, that's 4 games, the defense isn't going to be able to hold the opponent under 20 points. The offense is going to actually have to ball out one of these games.
And John, keep this in mind. One of the things we keep talking about why we don't trust the Eagles offense is because they played good against Vegas, and you're like, it's only Vegas. Washington, it's only Washington. The Eagles defense is also performing well against their lousy offenses. Now you're playing the Rams, Seattle, Chicago. These offenses are, what did Chicago do to you?
Ran it right down your throat.
Ran it right down your throat.
Sure
exactly.
Did. All right, coming up. According to the Sports Business Journal, and then I saw another one out by Variety, the most watched telecast of 2025. How many of the top 100 are NFL telecasts? Now, this is across all TV. These are TV shows. These are specials. These are whatever. Is the NFL continue to rule TV? The answer is yes. But how many were sports? How many were the NFL? We'll do that for you coming up next. Middays with Marks, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Start your morning off right.
tracks are from the
Burning Down the House
rotator,
was
but
on last week.
I'm
trying to get me to
You're
sing
picking
now.
it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So these are all songs that I put in the rotator, but you may not hear that song for 2 weeks because there's a lot of songs in the rotator. I like certain songs more than others. I didn't realize it was going to be in a rotator. I want Ray to take the songs and play stuff, not just let spit out whatever it's doing.
100%. Now, I tried to do a song the other day. I didn't realize it had to be in like the Vox Pro. Like
It doesn't. It doesn't. It can be played out of. It's another thing with Ray. It can be played out of the internet pot.
Right.
Right. Don't you guys ever play anything out of YouTube?
Rarely, but yeah, it could be done.
It's something of the producer culture here to where they don't do it.
I
It's
said to
very easy
Earnshaw
to do.
the other day, I said, this is the song I want to, and he said, I got to get it in Vox Pro.
No, you don't. You can just play it out of that.
I don't even know what the hell Vox Pro is, to be honest.
Vox Pro is a program that you can play sound out of. Like when we play a Nick Sirianni cut, it's like Adobe Audition, but it's better suited for playing sound on the air.
Just the problem with YouTube
Here's a quick, I know you got your thing here. I got a quick question.
Right.
We're at New Year's Eve,
right,
and the Flyers play tonight.
Yep.
Playoff chances, according to Stathletes, 61%.
Damn right. Another win last night.
How about this number? They have scored the first goal only 12 times all season, fewest in the league.
Huh.
They're 7-3-2 in those.
They have 3 goals in the third period last night. There you go.
Yeah, Bobby Brink.
Oh, man.
With the 4th goal, which would be the game winner in a 6-3 win.
Wow. Bobby Brink. What a name.
It's a great name.
Great name.
Hockey guys got good names.
Bobby Brink works.
Definitely.
It's
Bobby
almost fake.
Brink. It's like the guy who was the first baseman for the Red Sox. What the heck's that guy's name? So perfect.
Now?
He just traded for Contreras.
No, it was maybe the year before.
Cassius?
Not Cassius, but the heck was that guy's name? But it was so perfect. It's like, but Bobby Brink down the rink. He's so
Perfect for Boston, yeah.
Exactly.
There you go.
But the first baseman for the Red Sox, probably last year or the year before, he was so perfect to be a Boston Red Sox first baseman. My Boston accent's not great.
It's not. It's not. I mean, it's not terrible. That's not great. Thanks. We got what you were doing there. All right. So, according to the Sports Business Journal,
I'm a big fan of the SBJ.
I'm not because I don't get it. Because I don't subscribe.
I'm like nerdy sports.
I am too.
I'm like a big sports business, sports media nerd. I listen to all those podcasts.
I like it too.
Jimmy Traina, Richard Deitch.
Who just left the Athletic.
Yeah, I saw that, but he's keeping the podcast.
He is.
Press Box with Brian Curtis.
Oh, yeah. Who doesn't love that? It's great. Most watched telecast. I follow the media business as well, so I'm right there with you. Most watched telecast of 2025. They came out with the top 100.
Yeah.
And just for the record, they're estimating some of the college football games that are going to be played before the end of the year will make this list.
Today?
Correct.
Before the end of the year.
So
today?
there will be 1 or 2, and I forget how many were on there. So of the top 100, 96 were sports. Of that, and this is across everything. So these are any type of broadcast TV shows. These are special events. These are, like for example, President Trump's address to Congress made the top 100.
I was going to say, like, I could not tell you one network television show.
So there's another list that Variety has where 19 episodes make. So it's different. The Variety list is only prime time. These aren't prime time because a lot of these the NFL games are 4:25s or 1 o'clocks, and they still have more viewers than any of these TV shows. In this top 100 list, there's not one network TV show. There's 4 non-sports telecasts, 84 NFL, including, and that's not just games, there's a weather delay. The Eagles' weather delay makes the top 100.
Real quick, speaking of weather delay, on this day in 1988 was?
I don't know.
The Fog Bowl.
No! That was New Year's Eve?
Today.
Wow.
Yep.
Look at that.
On this day. Tells you how much longer the football season. That was a playoff game.
Yeah, it was. Yep. That was the year.
wild card
That was
game.
the year I thought the Eagles were going to do something.
Yeah, we all did. But then the fog rolled in.
Yep. 84 NFL. So it's pre-games, post-games, the weather delay,
That's
and then
unbelievable.
games. 84 of 100. College
weather delay.
College football, 8.
College football, 8.
So that's 92 of the 100 are football.
Okay.
Major League Baseball's Game 6 and 7 of the World Series also make the list. The NCAA championship game in men's basketball makes the top 100.
Couldn't even tell you who was in that game.
I can't either.
And I'm a big college basketball fan.
And I'm not. Kentucky Derby makes the list.
UConn?
This
Kentucky
past year,
Derby?
Kentucky Derby
Not
makes the
this
list.
past year.
The 4 non-sports telecasts, President Trump's address to Congress, his inauguration, and then 2 other on-network TV but not television shows, specials, only happens once a year. Can you name them? Sean Rodman, if you don't know the details of this, would you like to venture a guess? Made the top 100, only happens once a year on network television.
How many is it?
There's only 2. There's 2 individual ones.
I don't think I.
So one just happened on a Thursday in November. Happens every year in the morning.
Macy's Day Parade.
Macy's Thanksgiving Parade, I would have never thought would make the list. It made the top 100. I was watching.
No, not me.
I also watched the local one, the Duncan one on Channel 6.
Yeah.
And that's where you have the Alney, like the high school band playing. It's and some lip syncing. So it's a little bit different.
You go Mummers? You watch Mummers?
I do, but just to laugh. Because like the comics are the ones that come out early, so I just watch and have fun with it. I'm not watching when the big string bands come out later.
I did a 2 Street one year.
Yeah, I went to a parade once.
That was a day.
I didn't do 2 Street. I just walked to where Yeah, I'm out.
Oh, I mean, I was a young kid. You know what happened that day? Ray Rose got fired.
In
New Year's Eve.
1998.
Yeah, and then the Andy Reid era was born.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they made a mistake. They wanted to hire John Gruden, but they couldn't fire Ray because he was making the playoffs. And then they had a terrible year after John Gruden left. Do you remember who the offensive coordinator was?
Yeah, Dana Bible.
Who was from Stanford, who they fired before like 4 games into the season, and Bill Musgrave had to come in and call plays. Awful.
Oh, I used to, Barrett Brooks used to tell me the story about Gruden all the time, about Bobby Hoying. That Hoying, Gruden would tell him where to throw the ball. Like, basically, you're going to call this play, this guy's going to be open, throw it to him. And this is like a whole thing about, like, why these quarterbacks, they don't know what they're doing because sometimes, and then Dana Bible took over and didn't tell him what to do with the ball.
Because he didn't know himself. Yeah, Gruden was 35 years old, and it was clear to everybody this dude's special. And he went on to win a Super Bowl and went to the Raiders and almost won a Super Bowl. The final non-sports program was the Oscars.
I was going to say it had to be like an award show, which
I wouldn't have thought, but again, that made the top 100.
The Oscars, are they the one going to YouTube next year? They're leaving network television to go to, I think, YouTube.
True?
Or maybe the Academy Awards. Well, I'm not an award show guy. I don't know.
Now, the top 100 primetime shows, you asked about a television show. I've never heard of this until I read this. You seem like a guy, since you're an old soul, Sean Rodman. You and the girlfriend sitting in front of TV on CBS?
No.
So on CBS, there's a show called Tracker.
Never heard of it.
19 episodes made the top 100 primetime list.
Is this just for TV shows?
The NFL had 48 of the top 100.
Tracker?
This is primetime whatever, but NFL had 48 of the top 100.
The NFL games that aren't 1 and 4 were out, not included.
Correct.
Gotcha.
So the NFL was 48 of the top 100. Tracker
on
CBS had 19 episodes. I've never heard of it.
I don't even know. I don't think I've ever seen like Jim Nantz and Tony Romo promo it. Like coming up tonight.
It's not on Sunday. 60 Minutes is on the list.
Coming up on Wednesday, it's Tracker. I don't think I've ever heard of the show. Definitely didn't hear it.
The Oscars is going on YouTube, by the way. I did find out.
Really?
Yeah,
yes, exclusively.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
That doesn't start till 2029 though.
Oh, okay.
So we have time.
You have time to get ready.
Yeah, time to cut the cord.
I've already cut the cord.
Yeah, Mike, we've talked about this before. Yeah, but we're also in the Comcast Business Studio, so we don't talk about cutting the cable cords. I got yelled at last time I did that.
I got the Wi-Fi.
Saturday Night Live 50th anniversary special was 30th on the list.
Saturday Night Live, okay.
Grammy Awards 33rd. 60 Minutes. The Floor on Fox, which had to be after the Super Bowl. It was. I've never heard of The Floor.
Is that a game show?
I have no idea.
I think I
think it
have
is.
seen the promo for that.
The OT on Fox on the 14th of September was the 47th most watched TV show in prime time of the year.
Is that?
It's the post-game show on Fox that I never watch.
Me neither.
So I don't care what Terry Bradshaw and Howie Long have to say.
No, I'm not.
I like Howie, though.
It's unbelievable that his hairdo is the same.
Got the same flat top.
Unbelievable.
He's awesome. All right, coming up next, you might want to get your pencil out because Uncle Jamie and his college football locks, he's got the locks for all the games coming up. You have a bunch of college football playoff games. That's coming up next. This is Middays with Marks. The 1 o'clock hour of the program is brought to you by Morgenstern Hair Restoration. Get your hair back in 2026. Great teams stick together, and so does great hair. Morgenstern Hair Restoration, championship results. Visit morgensternhair.com or call them 610-980-4000. Back after this.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles are expected to rest its starters. I'm Sean Rodman, and the Philadelphia Inquirer's Jeff McClain is saying the Eagles are expecting to rest Jalen Hurts and most of the starters on Sunday in the season finale against the Commanders, although Nick Sirianni spoke earlier and did not confirm.
We have a team meeting coming up. I haven't communicated that with our players, so I always talk to our players before I, keep everything, discuss them with them before I kind of discuss it, nearing in more on a decision. But, I'd want to discuss it with those guys before.
Jalen Carter has been named the NFC Special Teams Player of the Week after his block PAT against the Bills on Sunday. Flyers are back in action today in Calgary, taking on the Flames. You can listen to the game right here on 97.5 The Fanatic tonight. Pre-game coverage begins at 9 p.m. And Flyers defenseman Travis Sanheim will be playing for Team Canada in the Olympics this February. This update is brought to you by Supershore. Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get Supershore. Not kind of shore, not pretty sure, but Supershore coming soon. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
or foul.
But
I got one of these Ring cameras, and you know how like the neighborhood people post stuff on there?
Oh, it's so annoying.
Does anyone know a plumber in the neighborhood that can fix a toilet? Is that acceptable to post on the Ring camera thing?
It is.
Really?
You know why? Someone did this recently on mine as well, and I think they were looking for an electrician, and people chimed in with a couple of different, because, like, I don't know, if you don't have somebody and now you're, like, going through Google reviews and things like that, I'd much rather have some neighbors that are like, yeah, I use this guy, he's really good.
Oh, come on.
Yeah,
dude.
but why can't you just ignore it if it bothers you?
Well, no, I got the alert.
I get the alert, too. For whatever reason, everybody's lost their dog or cat in the last couple days.
So that's just like the people who post on like Facebook. Hey, what's the best pizza in the area? You're going to get 49 answers, and they're all going to be different. How do you decipher which one you trust?
Then you take the information, and then you go from there. I agree it can be somewhat annoying. Like
ridiculous.
When somebody puts something on the Ring community thing, and you get the message like, that was a loud bang. Did anybody hear that?
Oh, my God, I get it all the time.
No, and then you look at the comments, and people are wise, and they leave smart-ass answers to it, which is fine. So I like the sarcasm when people post something stupid. I'm very much with you with the Ring.
I'm driving up here today. My buddy calls me. I'm talking to him. And he says, hey, Mike, I got to call you right back. I'm actually sitting on my toilet, and there's someone here to fix my toilet. I said, you're actually using the toilet that the guy is there to fix?
That seems a little too close for comfort.
Called me?
Was the plumber working on the toilet while he was sitting on the toilet?
Knocking on the front door.
Oh, that's a problem.
I said, what is going on? You're using the toilet the guy's there to fix.
All right, well, listen.
At least you didn't put the message on the Ring.
He should have done that. That's what he should have done. So my Uncle Jamie knows more about college football than anybody else I know. So I don't know Kurt Herbstreit or any of those guys. But his picks last year were unbelievable.
Okay.
I just texted you, Jamie. Uncle Jamie joins us right now. What was your run last year on the college football playoff?
I was 19-1 last year.
Tremendous.
Documented too. I was doing PHLY. I was doing PHLY, so we actually gave these out on the air.
Yeah.
Who am I to question?
Indeed. Put those picks out there. They were indeed. But the bigger issue here is why is Mike's friend sitting on the toilet talking to Mike? That's a bigger issue than putting it out on the Ring camera.
Right. You're calling me while sitting on the toilet
with a plumber knocking at the door to fix the toilet that you're on.
You know the plumber's coming. You're just taking your good old time sitting there.
What was wrong with the toilet? Was it not flushing?
I don't know.
Really? Are you making the deposit and the guys have to deal with that too? I mean,
that's really nice.
Variations. Yeah, exactly.
At that point, I was like, dude,
what are you doing?
What are you doing?
All right. Well, Uncle Jamie, we're actually going to, when we get off the air, we'll have a little top 10 stories of 2025. But then we have a college football playoff game leading off with, what do we have? What game do we have, Sean?
Michigan.
You got 7:30 tonight.
Oh well, we don't even have the college football. We have a bowl game, Michigan against Texas.
Michigan, Texas.
But we have Miami against Ohio State. Jamie, right now in the BetParks app, Ohio State 9.5-point favorites.
So, a lot of the media is tending towards Ohio State. A lot of down talk about Miami. I'll say this. It comes down to the fundamental concept. Do you believe in Miami's defense? Do you believe in Carson Beck? I don't believe in Miami's defense against Ohio State skill players. I don't believe in Carson Beck on any Saturday. So take Ohio State, give the points. Ohio State by 14 to 17 points in this game, winning the Cotton Bowl and moving on.
Yes, since last year at Georgia, Carson Beck went from being he could be one of the top or the top quarterback picked in the draft to having to transfer, and he still sucks. I don't know where he's going to get drafted, but I think he totally stinks. I agree with you.
Preseason number one last year, he was the preseason pick by Mel Kiper to be the number one pick in the draft. Now he will be lucky to be a top 4 or 5 pick.
Agreed. All right, Oregon, Texas Tech. I thought it was interesting that landing, because right now these are neutral fields, and there's not a lot of people aren't really interested in going to see these games on neutral field. And even Dan Lanning of Oregon had said, hey, this game should be at Texas Tech this week. It's not. Oregon are 2-point favorites in this game. What do you think?
Yeah, You look at this game, both teams traveling down to the Orange Bowl. They're going to be playing in warmer conditions. I think that benefits Texas Tech in some degree on the climate side. When you have a game like this where the teams are evenly matched, it basically comes down to who has the best skilled players. And if you look at the two rosters, Oregon has the best skilled players on offense. Therefore, I think even though it's a tight call, I think Oregon wins the game by a touchdown. So take Oregon, give the 2.5.
I agree with both of these picks so far, Jamie. What do you think, Mike Gill?
The one thing about this is going from Oregon all the way to Miami. You just talked about it. What kind of crowd situation are you going to have there that would be pro-Oregon? Are you going to have more of a Texas Tech feel to this game?
Probably.
Because the whole point is if Oregon wins this week, you got to travel to Miami this week and then somewhere else again the following week. That's why these playoffs are tough.
Yeah, Mike, I would say this, if it was an SEC team Oregon was facing at the Orange Bowl, an SEC team is going to travel. Texas Tech doesn't have a huge tradition of college football.
But they had that guy, the Matador. I just watched this on the pay-for-play on the E60 thing.
Yeah.
That guy's like the biggest donor in the country, and they got that place up in an uproar.
He made Texas Tech what they are today. That is why they're 12-1. That's why they won the Big 12. He is the prime reason. It's a real thing in today's college world that you can have one person make that kind of dynamic change in a program, and he's done it. The coach hasn't proven himself. None of those players have proven themselves. Oregon has a proven track record and the better skilled position players. That's why I think you take Oregon.
All right, Indiana, Alabama. Indiana, a healthy 7-point favorite. I'm excited to see Indiana play in this game. I'm excited to see how they look when they come out. What do you think?
This is an imperfect Alabama team. It's a as perfect Indiana team as you can get. You have the Heisman Trophy winner, Francisco Mendoza, as your quarterback. They have highly skilled position players. They have a phenomenal defense. However, I do not believe in Signetti in this game. I just haven't bought and drank the Kool-Aid on Indiana. I think Alabama covers. Do they win? I think it's a field goal. I think Alabama, if you extrapolate them, you could say they have a Penn State feel when Penn State played Indiana. Penn State outplayed Indiana in that game. I think this game is close. I think Alabama covers. Take Alabama and the points.
I don't hate that. And Signetti's a WVU alum, by the way, so I'm kind of pro Signetti. I love him, and I love the style. But I feel like he's not wrong about Alabama is a big step up for them.
Yep.
Even though it's an imperfect, I like the way he said that, I do kind of tend to lean that direction.
All right, Alabama +7. Finally, I can't wait for this one. Ole Miss against Georgia. Georgia right now on the BetParx app, 6.5-point favorites.
Kirby and Lane Kiffin are texting buddies, good friends, and that Kirby wants to put a hurting on Ole Miss. And I'm going to tell you this. Ole Miss played Georgia in the regular season. In the fourth quarter, Ole Miss was up by 2 touchdowns. Georgia came back, won the game. Georgia has trended to be dominant in these last few weeks. I expect Georgia to win this game. I expect them to win this game in convincing fashion. Take Georgia in this game and give up those points. I think Georgia's a big winner in this game.
I like all 4 games. And just so you know, Mike Gill, Jamie and I were doing this earlier this season. I rarely agree with all the picks of Jamie. I think he's spot on with all these.
I can't argue with this one. 43-35 the first time. That was back and forth. You had Lane Kiffin there. You don't have that now.
Yep.
I would imagine there's a drop-off in that. You lost the first time in a back and forth. I imagine you would lose the second time in a less back and forth.
And is Lane Kiffin sharing state secrets?
A lot is I think there's 7 coaches on his new staff that are still coaching this game.
Yep.
They are. So the offensive coordinator is Kiffin's coordinator.
They let him go back.
How bought in is he to this game? But just remember this: Georgia's defense all year has been good, right? They've been able to shut. Where Georgia failed in the beginning part of the season was that they just started so slow in these games offensively. In these last games, they have not started. Look at the SEC championship game. They came out and put their foot on Alabama's throat. I expect Georgia to dominate this game by 2 touchdowns. What I expect.
There he is. Uncle Jamie is college football locks. Good luck, Jamie. Happy New Year. We'll see how you do.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
All right,
Bye-bye.
there he is. Coming up next, YouTube chat recap, and we'll finish it off. Middays with Marks, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Unfiltered.
Well, as we wrap it up here, everybody again have a fun, safe, happy New Year's Eve. It is my dad's birthday today. Happy birthday to my dad.
Yeah, how about that? Love a holiday birthday.
So I'll see him in a little bit. Heading over to my sister-in-law's. We won't be there at midnight, but we'll be over there eating dinner and everything else. So I'm making shrimp scampi.
Going to keep the kids up, though, tonight.
That was the plan. Not my little girl, but the other ones wanted to stay up. So, yep, I'm going to try, which means I have to stay up. But like you said, there's college football on tonight.
You're off tomorrow.
I am off tomorrow.
Me too.
So I'll be back on Friday. But I'm curious to see how this goes because the YouTube chat recap was active today.
A lot of chatters?
Well, but there's also a lot of, they like to judge what we wear. Like Sean Brace the other day was getting hammered for, he said it looked like he was worked at a used car lot, which isn't that's not a.
Did he have a suit, like a brown suit?
So he did.
He wore like a brown
weed. He did Channel 17 morning news, so he came over here after that. This is the day after the Eagles game. So he came over after that, and I guess he looked like a used car salesman, which isn't, like some of the what people were saying about you. I'd say like that was a compliment. You calling somebody a used car salesman looks like a used car salesman.
Not good.
Not a compliment.
Not good.
So I'll be curious to see.
I see the chat kind of. I can't without my glasses on. I can't like read it.
Right. We're also on the air, so there's only so much that we
I can multitask, man.
You can.
My top quality would be multitasking.
Give me an example.
I could do multiple things at the same time.
Well, I said, like, my wife will, if she's talking to me and, like, I'll be sending a text message.
I can do that.
She gets annoyed. And she'll say.
Yeah, you tone me out.
And she'll be like, I'll wait till you're done texting. Yeah. And I'll be like, Liz, I can do both at the same time. I'm listening to what you're saying. Okay?
My girlfriend is now used to the fact that I can be looking in one direction and hear her and do that all at the same time.
You're a talented gentleman.
Multitasking is my talent.
I'm going to need to take a few lessons because I get yelled at for that, and I do not pay attention whenever phone's in the hand, watching the TV, whatever. I'm not very good at that.
But see, I don't watch. I know a lot of people do this. If I'm watching TV, it's not with my phone. I am watching TV. If I'm watching a sporting event, maybe the phone's next to me, and if I want to pick something up to look or whatever. But she does it all the time. We'll be laying in bed and we'll be watching something, and she's on her phone, and I'll be like, well, how can you possibly be watching this? I'm watching it. It's like, yeah, but if it's a show, you need to pay attention. If it's a game, it's on, and it's like you don't need to look for important details.
So last night, 1.4 seconds left in the game. Sixers, VJ hits the 3.
Right.
Memphis has the ball inbounding. My girlfriend puts the eye mask down as if like that's it. I said, how do you go to bed with 1.4 left? Like, how is that operational in your mind that you're not interested in this 1.4? She said, what the hell do I care?
Good night, Mike.
I said, the guy just made a huge 3. Now it's 1.4.
You're not going to be able to go to sleep for at least a half hour because you're juiced up. Big game winner.
Yeah, just watch the last play. You made it this far.
It's awesome.
Of course, it was overtime.
That was a great game. Great win by the Sixers. Time for the YouTube chat recap. Hit it.
It's time for the YouTube chat recap.
How about filling us in? Let me tell you something else, man.
Watch us live on YouTube every single weekday.
I can't lie. Let me tell you something.
It's the Middays with Marks YouTube chat recap.
And actually, that scream from that's Sam Kinison from the movie Back to School, Professor Turgidson.
Do remember that.
How come? Tell me why. Say it. Say it. All right, hit me.
From If Bayless, Mike looks like he got fired from Acme for flipping shopping carts over and hiding it inside the mountain of snow in the parking lot.
No, hold on a sec.
You an Acme guy? I don't know what they have down the shore.
We do have Acme.
I know when we go to Ocean.
The Acme?
When we go to Ocean City.
They have a small one.
Yeah, you go to Acme or there's a ShopRite.
ShopRite's the big ones near where
I
live.
See, what I always do is we will go to Summers Point to go shopping. I don't want to deal with the Acme and Ocean
There's
City
an
or
Acme
whatever.
in Summers Point.
Right, so that's where we'll go to.
ShopRite's the next block up.
And the one year, I thought I was outsmarting everybody. I ordered from Target and did the pickup. So it's like, you know what? I'm not messing around with the grocery store. Everything I need, I'll have to go to the grocery store to get some fresh meats and things like that. I'm ordering everything we need from Target. They don't do bags at Target. They brought everything out and they had to put it in my trunk individually.
That's awful.
Which means I had to take everything in the house individually.
I will say to that gentleman, I am the guy who is, I have to bring the cart back to the cart spot.
Me too.
I can't be that jerk that leaves the cart in a parking spot or anything like that.
I would never do that.
No way. So that guy, maybe I look like I work at Acme, but I'm not putting the cart in the snow upside down.
No, you do not look like you work at Acme. Maybe, no, not even Target.
Meat section or like where?
No, you're not dressed like you work at any grocery store. So there's Wegmans. We go to Wegmans. I kind of alternate between Target. I get some things at Target. I go to Wegmans for most of our things. And you would maybe be like a manager at a Wegmans.
Okay.
All right. And that's a compliment.
I'll take that job.
All right. What's next?
Old head is texting someone with a beard. Tell him don't lose his retirement.
Old head.
I think it's in regard to Herb.
Oh.
is
Okay.
texting someone with a beard, "Don't lose your money in retirement."
Oh,
that
poor-
was from way back in like the first hour of the show.
So earlier in the program, Herb from Northeast Philly texted me a picture of some woman.
Yeah.
And like you had said, it looked like a stock photo that you would find on Google Images. And I'm like, what is this, Herb? And he comes on the air and he says, oh, well, this woman texted me. I didn't know where she came from. And I've been talking to her the last couple days.
Right.
And I said, Herb, please don't give her money. Don't give her any financial information. Don't give her your address. Do you believe he's not going to do that?
I would imagine he said in the middle of the conversation that she texted him.
But do you think he's going to take my advice and not give her any information?
No,
or
that's
money?
what I'm saying. She texted
say
him.
no.
He said. So I would imagine from the time that he got off the phone with us to now, he's already
going back and forth.
He might have already. I said. I felt like I asked him, does she by chance have vacuum cleaners for fingers?
All right, what's next?
From MBD BDBF, Sean is Pat Egan's little brother.
Pat Egan's little brother.
Apparently, that.
Did you work with Pat?
No, I never got to meet Pat. I came a little after.
Oh, you do look like Pat Egan.
I used to have a producer.
And he's a handsome man.
I had a producer.
Little man.
It's literally the same voice as Rodman.
Really?
Same with a kid named Danny Ryan. Was one of my producers down the shore. He was talking one day when I said, what the?
So Danny Ryan's voice and Pat Egan's look.
I've gotten told that I sound like Ray as well.
Like Ray?
Yeah, I don't see it or hear it.
How about that?
I don't hear it.
Yeah, I don't.
All right, what's next?
From Futureman, it's the Commanders. We can win with second string, no worries.
Yeah. And then you look at who your defense is going to be, and you
That
start to worry.
defensive
but
depth chart segment we did, that was an eye opener.
It was. Josh Johnson's also the quarterback. If it was Mariota, maybe I'd be a little bit
Definitely
more skeptical.
I just want to remind people, you played this team 2 weeks ago and we're losing at halftime.
Yep.
It was 10-7 when Mariota went out. Just
and
refresher.
Johnson came in.
Yep.
All right, couple more to get to. Go.
From DeWood Spriggs, Ray has a long night ahead of him. I think he's going to try to break last year's record of 50 in one night.
Oh, 50.
I think it's up to interpretation.
Beers? Yeah, there's this whole thing where people think Ray is really successful with the women. I don't know if I believe that anymore.
Wait, does Ray say that? Or
no, but
people believe that.
People on it's like they become this thing where Ray is this like women are all over Ray. And I'm not telling you Ray's not a handsome man and he can't have women or anything, but I don't know if Ray's DMs are filling up with eligible ladies. Sean could probably tell me more than that.
I probably could. I don't know if I want to air out Ray's grievances.
So Ray is successful with the ladies.
I would say successful,
him
not
out last-
50, but I would say he's successful.
Remember, were you producing? No, Earnshaw was here. By the way, Earnshaw did text me and confirm that Rodman does sound like Danny Ryan.
There you go.
Exactly. But Ray was talking about the night that something happened, that he was in bed with a woman.
He did.
Yeah, I called him out on it, and he got so embarrassed.
Oh, so
what happened on that day?
He needs to, but
Earnshaw, if you're listening, what did I call him out on about the woman in his bed on some loss?
I appreciate the fact that he's not bragging about it, but sometimes you have to lean into it too.
I don't know if it was his girlfriend or a woman, maybe a lady of the night.
Probably probably not a lady of the night. All right, give me one more.
From Phil Rossifer, of the NFC West opponents, I fear Rams, then 49ers, then Seahawks.
Rams, 49ers, and Seahawks.
Yeah, I think most people would agree with that.
I think you could put him in a hat, pull him out, and I would agree with you.
When it's all said and done. Everybody, have a great New Year's Eve, a safe New Year's Eve, and Happy New Year to everybody. Sean, great job. Shukri, great job. It's been a lot of fun. You'll be back Friday doing afternoons. You'll be doing Unfiltered.
Yeah,
on Friday.
2 to 6 Friday, Unfiltered with Silvana.
Excellent. I'll be back, normal spot, 10 a.m. on Friday with Ray and Jason Bertidis, actually. Have a Happy New Year, everybody. We'll have a lot of the games, a lot of the college games coming up here over the next day or two. So make sure you tune in if you want some good college football play-by-play. We have the top 10 stories of 2025 coming up next, and that'll lead you into a bowl game. Talk to you later. See you.
Now.